From the applicant, followed by questions by the panel, and also perhaps to city planning staff. We'll hear from members of the public, starting with those on our speakers list. And finally, and we will ask if you're not on the speakers list, not an issue. We will make a call out, a general call out for anyone. And finally, the applicant who has the burden of proof will have the opportunity to make final comments and replies. So please address your comments to me as chair, starting with your name and spelling if necessary. If you're on my speakers list, that's not a problem. We already have it. But if you're not on the speakers list, then we will need that for the record. All presentations are limited to 5 minutes, and any exceptions are at my discretion. At the end of the hearing on an application, the panel may either make an oral decision or we can reserve our decision. In the latter case, the committee's decision will not be delivered during the course of the hearing. However, in all cases and within 10 days, the Committee of Adjustment will send the official written decision and the reasons for it to all of the parties, participants, and anyone else who has a request in for a copy of that decision. So, s'il y en a qui aimeraient avoir les conseils en français, n'hésitez pas de me laisser savoir, puis on peut toujours revoir certains conseils en français. So starting with business, are there any declarations of conflict of interest? Yes, member Clicken.
Madam Chair, I declare a potential perceived conflict with item number 5, that's 240 Blackburn. It's in my community, and so I will recluse myself from that item.
All right, thank you very much for that. Anyone else? Nope, not seeing any others. So with that, then the next order of business is the confirmation of minutes. So just bear with me. I know I have a list of that. Thank you. All right, thank you. The minutes then are for August 2nd. So starting with those, we'd like to confirm those minutes. Any comments from the committee? All right, so the minutes for August 2nd are confirmed, and the second are the minutes of August 16th. Any comments? Everyone confirms? Okay, well then for the record, both the minutes of August 2nd and August 16th are in fact confirmed. Okay, the next order of business then is for our adjournments. And I think we have a number. So again, give me just a moment here. A bit late coming in this morning. Okay, so the first one for adjournment is item number 2, and it's for 60 Lees. And I'm looking for the agent, Ms. Jessica Dow. And do we have Ms. Dow online? Coordinators, do we have? Okay, she's come. All right. Good afternoon.
Hi.
Okay. You are aware that there's a request for adjournment on this application?
Yes, and we've submitted our agreement to that request.
Okay. Can you just for the record give us a brief summary of the reasons for that adjournment request?
Yeah, absolutely. So there's 2 reasons for the adjournment request. The first being the owner would like to have some further discussions with his engineer and city engineering staff regarding servicing requirements for the properties. And then separately to that, we've received a number of comments from neighbors, and the owner would like to meet with those neighbors directly and have have a discussion.
Everyone. I'm going to look for direction from our committee, but I believe we need to pause the hearing. Yes, thank you.
It would appear that the members in the room have had to leave because of a fire alarm.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for your patience. We weren't expecting that in all the years I've been on this panel. Never have we had a fire alarm in the middle of a hearing, so it's a new one on us. So sorry about that interruption. If I remember correctly, we had just heard from Ms. Daou, the reasons for the adjournment. Ms. Daou, did you get a chance to finish, or did you want to continue?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure if I got all of my thoughts out, but I was essentially just saying that given the comments we've received from the neighbors, the owner would like additional opportunity to speak with them directly and review the plans and review their comments and concerns. So with that said, we would like to request to adjourn to the November 1st hearing, which we feel would give us sufficient time to have those conversations.
All right, thank you very much. So Ms. Linker, you've had a chance to look at November 1st as an adjournment date and are also satisfied that that is sufficient?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Staff have no issues with the adjournment to November 1st.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, so on this item, we have, I just want to make sure. So we do have a couple of folks that are registered to speak on number 2. This is an adjournment to November 1st. So is there anyone either on the speakers list or in the audience or online who would like to speak to the adjournment request to August 1st, or sorry, November 1st? All right, not seeing anybody come forward. So with that then, members of the panel, all those in favor of the adjournment to November 1st? Okay, so for the record, that's a unanimous decision. So Ms. Daou, we'll see you in about 6 or 7 weeks' time.
Thanks very much.
All right, thanks so much. Okay, the next one is number 3. It's for 82 Genet, and it's Corey Dubeau, agent that we're looking for. Mr. Dubeau.
Oops. My apologies, I shouldn't be using a laptop for this, but good afternoon, Madam Chair. Thank you for having me.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Zvo. So you're aware of the adjournment request? I
am, yes. My apologies, it was a bit of a technical request that actually Margot had caught very close to the hearing, which is good. It's also given us opportunity to discuss further specification for planting species on the site, which we're working closely with Haley from the city as well. So hopefully upon our next submittal, we'll have acquired that scope a little more precisely, and looking forward to being heard as soon as possible.
All right, so we're going to recommend an adjournment sine die, and then it'll give you that flexibility to come back whenever all of the ducks are back in a row. So with that, then I think, do we have anybody on the list at this point? Just a minute on the other side. Okay, so no one on the list to speak to the item. It is an adjournment request to sine die. Is there anyone in the audience or online who'd like to speak to that adjournment? Nope, not seeing anyone. So with that then, members of the panel, all those in favor? Okay. All right, for the record, the application is adjourned, sine die.
Thank you very much for your time.
All right, thank you. Okay, so where does that bring us? There is an application where there's no request for adjournment, but I think it's worth having a discussion. And that would be for number 8. Number 8 being, just a moment, for 577 Melbourne, and it would be for Ms. Schneider as the agent to the applicant. Do we have Ms. Schneider here? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Jacob Bolduc with Foten Planning and Design. I'm joined by Evan Saunders, also from Foten, and Samantha Schneider, the agent on the file from Chris Simmons Architecture.
So, Mr. Bolduc, the reason I've called you down is because there's an awful lot of concerns still on this application from what we can see. And so we wondered whether or not, if we gave you a chance to continue discussions, perhaps with planning staff and with forestry, that might be able to resolve some of these concerns.
I'd be happy to speak to some of the concerns that we were able to resolve with forestry over the last week or so, since the staff report would have been prepared. So we have.
So how about we stick to the items that still need to be resolved? So if there are things that still need to be resolved, that would be the reason that we would continue with perhaps a consideration on an adjournment. So talk to me about those.
Okay. The primary concerns that were brought to us from an arbory perspective, from the arborist's perspective, were the retention of the trees in the front yard. So we did submit a revised site plan to the committee and to the planning staff, as well as a revised tree information report and a tree information report map. One of the trees that we were planning to keep, it's the opinion of the infill arborist that it cannot be retained. And so we've been asked to update our report to remove it. That's tree number 1. And our report has been amended and submitted to speak to that. Tree 2, we are planning to retain it. We removed the front walkway in order to not excavate within the critical root zone. And so we believe we've addressed all the forestry concerns. We have gone through the staff report with respect to their noted concerns for the double wide driveway, for example. We were prepared to speak to those in our presentation today, if you'll allow us to proceed.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Bolduc, for that summary. I just want to make one point, though. We got the revised site plan, like literally, what, an hour ago? An hour and a bit ago. That is not helpful to the committee to get that kind of site plan at the 11th and a half, even further type of hour, right? So it's difficult for both staff to expect staff to have a time to look through it, have, us look through it. So if you could just make a note to yourself to not provide us with revised site plans on the day of the hearing.
Of course, Madam Chair, if I could speak briefly to that. We had a meeting last week with the infill forester where we presented the new site plan and said, is this the site plan we should incorporate into the TIR map? That was also provided to staff at the time. And then following completion of the new TIR, which includes the new site plan, we provided that. And then this morning, I recognized that I had submitted it directly to planning staff, but I made sure to reach out to the coordinator to make sure it's on file. So that is on my fault. I apologize that I had submitted to staff, but not the coordinator.
All right. So in the future, we will get it the Friday before. That's what I'm hearing. Okay.
Very much understood. Thank you.
Good. All right. So with that, though, I do want to hear from Ms. Young, if or whoever our forestry representative is today, because I just want to clarify a couple of things. Ms. Murray, hello.
Hi there.
So I'm looking at the conditions, and I have a couple of concerns about some of the wording, and hence the reason for my consideration for adjournment. So if you look at item 2A, the wording that I see here is that the owners agree to provide a revised site plan and tree information report. Am I hearing that the revised site plan referred to perhaps in this condition is now the one before us?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I may ask Ms. Linker for support on the correct wording here, but based on the site plan and TIR we received on Monday, this condition is no longer relevant.
So Ms. Linker, we do need some confirmation on that, because of course the committee, here's the point of my question. So the committee wants to ensure that they are approving the site plan that's going to be implemented. So to have a condition that says the owner agrees to provide a revised site plan doesn't make any sense. It really needs to be before us if that's the case. So Ms. Linker, can you confirm that the one that was submitted to us today is does alleviate the need for this particular condition?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Based on the plans that I reviewed when that was received this morning to the Committee of Adjustment, it's my understanding that condition 2 can be removed from the application.
All right, so based on that then, now I'm at least satisfied that we're dealing with the site plan that we need to be dealing with. So if that's the case, then I don't see a need for an adjournment then. Any words from the panel? Are you comfortable proceeding with this one? All right, thank you. We'll step you down and we'll bring you back in due course. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, so now that we've gotten the agendas, the adjournments out of the way, We have application number 1 that we'd like to start with, but we'd also like to deal right afterwards with application number 7. So number 1 is 289 Joffre-Bélanger Way, and then number 7 is for 432 Blake Boulevard, and I believe we've got the same agent. So Mr. Sun. So let's start with the one on Joffre-Bélanger Way. And before we go too much further, all right, so we do have a sign posting received for this application, so that's good. With this then, I'm just going to, we're not going to request a presentation on this. I think we're simply going to open it up to the panel members for some questions on this. So, panel members, Ms. Lecuyer, go ahead, please.
Good afternoon. I noticed in your application several references to affordable housing. Can you speak to the specifics, if there's any other programs you're applying to ensure that these units are affordable, or is it just a passing reference of creating more supply will create more housing in the community? Oh. There you go.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Yeah. So when we did, we had discussion with the owner. My understanding, the owner of the property, he willing to provide the affordable housing, but for now, because it's a minor rent stage, we don't have the concrete plan to how to implement affordable housing.
Okay. And
so,
if you want to add.
Yeah, we know the CMHC, they have the program that we can provide. We can apply for the mortgage deduction. So that's the program. We contact them. They said, okay, you have to go from a formal channel to apply for it. But if you go that formal channel, you have to provide like a confirmed plan so that you can move forward. Okay. So that if the future project that can be beneficial to the CMHC and owner, and they would like to go forward, but not determined at this moment.
No, that's fair. Thank you. It's just sometimes I see in applications passing reference to affordable housing, but no intention. And I can understand that if we're at the early stages, you don't know for sure, but I just wanted to inquire about that.
I just want to make the additional comment because we have the intense discussion with CMHC because we know, and then any unit above 5, we are eligible apply their
there's a number of programs available, so you can definitely explore that. That answers my question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. I just want to be sure the are you Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Okay, just want to make sure that that's for the record. So the second speaker is in fact Mr. Lee. That's before us today. Okay, any other questions? No, and
one more. Sorry, Madam Chair. I noticed in the comments received from some of the neighbors about whether the community needs more 1 to 2 units versus 2 to 3. Can you tell me a little bit about what made you decide on this makeup of 1 and 2 bedrooms? I noticed that you changed one of the plans to a 3-bedroom, but I'm just curious of your how you got to that.
We got comment from the neighbor. Copy from the city, so we do go back discuss with owner, and that's why we are owner waiting to provide 2 3-bedroom unit. But in term now we have 6 1-bedroom unit and 2 2-bedroom unit and 2 3-bedroom unit. So,
thank you.
All right. Anything else then? No. All right. Okay. So on our speakers list for number 1. We have 2 registered, Mr. David Willman and Ms. Megan Sprague. Just before we go to those, Mr. Sun and Mr. Lee, are you aware, have you read the comments that came in from the public on this application?
Yeah, we do.
Okay, and did you undertake any consultation with the neighbors before you submitted your application or during the course of developing your application?
We didn't. I'm not sure on the owner part.
Yeah, because we just received these comments about 2 days ago. So we really don't have chance to talk to them. but we seriously prepare some answers for them to satisfy their questions.
So typically, then we encourage applicants to speak to their neighbors even before they put the application in. So if you have a proposal, you talk to your neighbors, you develop your proposal, you might want to go back to your neighbors and have a discussion with them. So that's my question to you, is whether or not you had that early consultation with the neighbors.
The reason, by the way, I'm a project architect on the two proposal. So before we start this design, we have discussion with the city planner. And on my past experience, so we are looking for the minor variance. So within this the property, and we don't see we are much beyond the zoning bylaw. So, but we can, if it has to be done, we will.
No, it's more of a best practice kind of thing rather than an obligation or mandatory. So that's okay. You've answered my question, so that's fine. So we can go to our speakers now at this point. I believe, Mr. Willman, are you in person here today? Come on down. Come on down.
Right here?
Yes, that's fine. And we'll give you the floor. We have your name and your address, so don't need that for the record. So go ahead. Nope, you're not on. You need a little green light. Yeah, it's a little green light. All right. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for having me today, everyone. I appreciate it. I just want to start off by saying that in our society, the law is ubiquitous. It really shapes everything around us, including our communities where we live and enjoy leisure time. Really, I'll just get into it rather than any sort of fancy words. I have sent several emails, maybe 15 emails to the owner of this property, asking for how to get in touch with Mr. Sun to discuss my concerns, and I was outright refused. There's two applicants on this one. There's Basil Saif and a Joseph L. Samra. I currently have open litigation on this property with Basil Saif, and I'm looking to serve Joseph L. Samra. I was hoping to serve him today, actually, but he's not here. And I've been trying to get a mailing address for him because at one point he entered my residence and tried to physically remove me. And he posted a no trespassing sign when he claimed he had purchased the house and requested the city of Ottawa police to come down and have me removed, which the city of Ottawa police would not do because I was a tenant. And while I was a tenant living at the property, before the property had been put on the market again by the current real estate agents that did the most recent transaction, it had previously already been on the market and my father was looking at purchasing it. And there was a land survey done that hasn't been disclosed in their package. And I emailed the owner so many times. The problem is the owner, I don't believe he's a Canadian citizen and he doesn't speak English. So it's really, really hard to have any sort of effective communication. And what I expressed to the owner is that Joseph L. Samra should email me because he speaks English. And I was told Joseph is not involved in any way with this property. Now that we've had this discussion, the final email that I got from Basil was when I was trying to have a discussion with him about several other concerns that I have was I've submitted the papers. When I get approval, I will build the building. And then he sends another email afterwards saying, Joseph will build the building. Who really owns this property and who are the financial people at stake here? Now, going into the property itself, one thing that I see as an issue is that I know from seeing this survey from when my father had been looking at purchasing the property, it's a huge reason why he chose not to purchase the property, was that it's not a square lot. It's the first sale that this property has been sold under the municipality of Ottawa when it amalgamated in 2001. And it's inherited a lot shape typical of the Vanier area. If you drive around the area, you'll see it quite a bit that it's not like the rest of Ottawa. It's very common to have weird lot lines. I went to the City of Ottawa archives to try and see if they maintain any sort of archival data on this information, and they don't, because they say that that's up to this side to have. So I emailed the owner of the property and I asked him if a Mr. Roger Boak, who is the individual who had sold him the property, had disclosed to him that this land survey had been done. And Basil, he refused it. He just refused to answer the question. He wouldn't say, oh, I haven't heard of it, or could you tell me more? It was just, that's it. I don't want to hear about this. And that's the way it's always been with these guys here. And it really seems to me that because he's had issues with myself and my roommate and the amount of rent that we are currently paying at the property, that he wants us gone. So he started threatening us with that he was going to build a building. And the problem is that they've given an empty promise that it's going to be affordable housing when there's nothing in the law that guarantees that, because the building will be subject to Section 6(1) of the Residential Tenancies Act, which makes it so that the building will be void of any rent control legislation. I'm of the personal position that when the Ford government passed that may not pass charter scrutiny when analyzed under Section 7 of the Charter, because the rational connection to the idea that giving these no rent control will create more builds so that the free market will just magically take care of this affordable problem. It's a problem that's been stated in the City of Ottawa's official plan at this point, I believe. I'm not 100% sure, so don't quote me on that, but I have seen it out there, that there's an affordability crisis. They are looking to eliminate affordable units and erect a building that is going to have no rent control. So Mr. Sun can come here and say, oh yeah, we've called the CMHA, we've done this and that. Boom, you guys approve it. There's no obligation for them to follow through. They get their build with extra units with the variance with no guarantee of affordability.
So Mr. Whelan, you're correct that there's, in fact, it's outside of this committee's jurisdiction.
I understand that.
With the price of rent that may come out of a decision.
It's not something I'm interested in challenging here today. I just like to have it on the record so that my friends on the other side know that as this continues to go through different chairs and procedures, that I intend on making that argument in the proper forum. Now, speaking to the property itself, they are going to be increasing it to a point where they can no longer have curbside garbage pickup. They're going to have a dumpster. If you look at the site plans that they built, the garbage room is at the back of the house on the side facing a resident's driveway. I don't understand how they expect a garbage truck to go up that, get to that room, empty a dumpster without it bothering the neighbor. It's right where her backyard currently stands. And I don't think they can just take down the fence to do that. It would make the way the lot is that at one point in time, there was a lot that was severed before the city was amalgamated. So it's lot 458 and 459, I believe. The lot next door is a low-rise apartment building with a laneway.
Just interrupt. You've got 2 minutes left because.
Okay, I'll wrap it up. The lot next door is a laneway. If they didn't get the permission to put in more units and pack the property, it would make it easier for them to have a laneway in the other lot on the other side, go up and have proper garbage collection. And the other thing that they haven't mentioned is that the low-rise apartment building next door is a 4-unit building for First Nations women. They haven't consulted with them or done any effort into asking how this will affect them. The last thing I will say is that I have seen the boundary pegs from the previous survey in the back, and it's a discrepancy of 8 feet.
All right, thank you. Does that conclude your remarks?
Yes, that concludes really what I think is relevant. I guess I would just say that this build really should just be in the consistent character of the neighborhood. There is no transit hub nearby. The light rail bypasses the neighborhood. He's got no parking spots. I think that it will force people to have to park on the street.
All right, so we are seeing that there's a direction in the official plan to urbanize areas, including not providing parking. So it's not just this site, it's happening elsewhere, just so you know. But you did raise 2 points that I would like to follow up on. So the first one is Ms. Linker, Mr. Willman has identified that the land survey that's been provided as part of the application doesn't appear to be the one that is the most recent for the property. Can you speak to that, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The survey that I reviewed was the one that was presented to the Committee of Adjustment. I would assume that they're providing the most up-to-date survey. Any survey plans that have been registered on title can be found at the Ontario Land Registry Office.
All right, so Mr. Sun, then the question to you is, do we have the most up-to-date survey on our files?
We do. We owner done this year.
Okay, so can you give me the date on that survey? Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Whatever you need to do to give me that date.
Because we are engineering firms, so usually when we get any new project, the first thing we're gonna do just ask the owner to provide most recent survey so that we can work on it. So this is our like a formal procedure. We make sure that it's the one that is present.
So did you actually verify that though through the land registry?
Yeah, because we got AutoCAD file. Usually that is the one we use. So any old one, they don't have AutoCAD files either. So the one that we got should be done like recently.
So I can check on my computer. While we're waiting, I only can answer about, sorry.
Madam Chair?
Yes, and Ms. Coakley, can I just get, so we just get through this?
It's on this point. It's on this point.
Yeah, so I just don't want it to go anywhere else. And I think that's where Mr. Sun was going. So, and I've lost my chain of thought because I was trying to accomplish something else and somehow I have forgotten it. So
I believe the document, that we have in our package is dated the 1st of January, 2023.
All right. Okay. And so that's the most recent. So Mr. Willman, we verified that would appear to be then the most recent.
How do I get a copy of it?
Just want to confirm, Member Coakley, is it a draft R plan or is it the official site plan?
Well, it's the document signed by J.D. Barnes, lot 458 and part of lot 459, registered plan 246, City of Ottawa. Surveyor's real property report with topographic details. So that's the package that, at least that's what I have in my package here.
All right, as long as it's not a draft R plan, that's all I want to make sure. Okay, so that is then the most recent one. So we put that one to bed.
Okay.
Okay, so the second thing I wanted to explore then with you is the waste management plan on the property. So if we could bring up the site plan, I'm going to have Mr. Sun speak to the site plan and describe how waste management is going to be dealt with on the site.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. We fully realize there's a zoning section about the waste management and also have the zoning bylaw waste management. So my understanding that will be the next stage when I do the building design. So currently on the site, so we have the walkway, we have the interlock, so we can have those recycle bin or waste bin to bring out the front of the property. So we never thought we'll have the truck to drive into the property. So, but somehow if the owner later decide with us, we can manage to bring the recycle room too close to the front property line. But I think this will be next stage for the architecture building design.
So the site plan that I'm looking at right now, can I conclude that footprint of that building will not change?
Really depends. If this minor variance proposal been approved, we will keep the footprint. But somehow our application be denied. So we have to go back, discuss with the owner, because if he can, my understanding, if owner cannot build 10 units, so we had to back to 8 units. So building footprint may shrink. So we might just provide 1 or 2 bedroom unit, which satisfies zoning by law. So that doesn't have to go through minor variance.
I understand. So I guess, so we're being faced with some comments about the functionality of the site based on the increased number of units. You're right, there's as of right for 8, and then you would essentially be submitting for a building permit, and at that point they would be doing the zoning review, and presumably you would meet the zoning, and then you would get your building permit.
Yeah.
But now you're asking for more. So there's been some concerns raised by members of the public that the site functionality, including waste management, may be problematic. So when I look at the site plan that's before me now that was submitted, if we can understand how that waste management is going to work, then we could say we're going to tie any approval to this plan. Mm-hmm. And then we would know that the site will work based on our approval.
Why fill out the application? There's a checklist, so the floor plan is not required.
I'm not talking about the floor plan. I'm talking about the site plan.
So I think that's okay if we have approval with some conditions that we have to follow in the next stage. Yes, we can just go in detail for the waste management. But my understanding for the homeowner, I think they probably gonna have like one management guy on site who is going to be responsible for collecting all the garbage from the garbage room from the front to the back from the back to the front. So that means it's gonna be like a regular garbage bin to be put on the front on the front of the street. There's no difference compared to other apartment buildings, but because this is a collection rooms of the garbage, so they can just like assign one guy to collect those garbage from the back to the front.
Right, Ms. Linker, looking to you then to provide some insight on the functionality of the site from specifically the waste management side and whether or not the site plan that we have now meets all of the requirements under the zoning bylaws, or anything missing from the site plan, and does it meet the requirements?
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the site plan, staff noted that there is a dedicated waste management room, and that should be of a sufficient size, which will be reviewed at building permit. This waste management room has access between the room and the street via a 1.5 or 1.2 meter path that's uninterrupted, and that meets the intent of the zoning bylaw. And it's staff's understanding that that would be collected then on the pickup day via curbside pickup, or it's through the city, or the applicant can ask for that to be through a private company.
All right, so I'm hearing that it would be in conformity, no issues, and it becomes just a waste management matter on their side. Okay, before we leave this, are there any questions from the panel on this particular point? Nope. Okay. All right. So Mr. Willman, I'm going to give you literally 30 seconds.
I just want to say I read the waste management bylaws, and I don't know what they're talking about bringing it to the front for curbside pickup, because the written bylaw says that as soon as you have 6 or more units, you can't do that anymore. That is all.
All right. Thank you. Ms. Linker, can you comment on that?
Thank you, Madam Chair. There are ways to address this through a concrete pad or other ways of ensuring that this is on the curb. So it's different than a regular single detached dwelling or semi-detached dwelling pickup. It's through the rolling bins, and so it's a slightly different allocated space on the curb.
All right, thank you. Okay, so with that then, we're going to move on to our next speaker, and I see that we have Ms. Sprague with us already. So Ms. Sprague, you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I am the neighbor adjacent whose driveway and primary side door is going to be facing this garbage room. So I have concerns about its placement and its accessibility, specifically in the winter. Snow clearage is already an issue. I don't see snow storage being taken into account. with this current plans. I understand that there's no vehicle parking that's required, but there's also no bike parking that's been taken into account. Without the appropriate snow storage or snow removal accessibility, in the winter, the tenants already need to use my driveway. I'm concerned about the proximity to the property line. Based on the plans, it appeared that they were not giving sufficient, the minimum clearance for, I believe it was the fire escapes or balconies. So that's another concern that I have. I'm also concerned about the size of the property, given the planned building, because they spoke of increasing the size of the bedrooms, the number of bedrooms, which already seem to be fairly small. So I recognize that this hearing is for the minor variance for the number of dwelling units. So I apologize if I've brought in extra points here. But those were my primary concerns. The encroachment on my property, the snow storage, the bike parking, the removal of the trees is also not ideal, but I understand that they appear to have given sufficient green space, but water management is already an issue with the property, the water from their property coming onto mine. So I'm concerned about that. It also doesn't really fit. It dwarfs any, a 10-unit low-rise apartment building is going to dwarf my barely 1,000 square foot bungalow that is next door. I'm concerned about, the sun. If they move the frontage up, I'm going to lose sun in my dining room. I realize that we need more units, but again, this is an affordable unit that is required. And as Dave rightly raised, there is going to be no rent control. There are already tenants in this building that have been there for years. Another point that I noticed is that the building does not appear to be accessible. There's no accessibility. There's a lot of stairs to get into it. So there's no way that anybody with mobility issues will be able to live in this housing. We already have a large number of low-rise apartment buildings of 1 and 2 bedroom units that are going into the neighborhood. So I apologize, I've strung a number of points together there. I will take a breath. That is what I wanted to say.
All right, thank you, Ms. Sprague. So in some of the comments that you've raised, again, outside of our jurisdiction, but you did raise an issue about bike parking, and I can get confirmation from our planning staff that there is sufficient room on the site to ensure that they meet the requirements in that regard. So Ms. Linker, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's worth noting that the increase in units is about 25%, and the increase in lot size from the permitted versus the proposed is about 25%. So staff don't see any issues about increasing the number of units on this larger size of lot. I am not remembering if there's any details about bike parking on the site. However, that will be reviewed at building permit, and staff don't anticipate any issues arising from the amount of available room on the site to provide that bike parking.
All right, thank you, Ms. Linker. Okay, any questions from the panel members for Ms. Sprague? Yes, Member Coakley.
So not to discount the concerns that Ms. Sprague has shared with us, but I just want to clarify in my own mind through you, Madam Chair, with Ms. Linker. If the owner wished to build an 8-unit building, there would be absolutely no variance required. The building could be exactly the same size as the building that is currently being proposed. It could be exactly the same shape with exactly the same setbacks, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The only issue before us, I believe, and this is what I just want to confirm with Ms. Linker, is that by shrinking the size of some of the units within the building and squeezing, for want of a better terminology, 2 more units into the same building envelope, that is the issue with the bylaw. That is the issue before us. Is that correct?
So,
oh, sorry, the question is from Ms. Linker. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To answer that question, that's my understanding that 8 units could be developed in this building footprint and go ahead and get a building permit right now. The 8 units could fit on a smaller lot that is compliant with the zoning bylaw, or the 10 units or 8 units could fit on this larger size lot.
All right, does that answer your question, Member Coakley? Okay, good. Any other questions from our panel members? Okay, I'm going to make a general call out now to anyone else in the audience who may have an interest in the application, either for or against. Your opportunity is now. You just need to raise your hand if you're online and we'll bring you in. And if there's no takers in the audience and no takers online. Okay, so Ms. Sprague, I see that your hand is up. I'm going to give it 30 seconds.
Thank you. I just wanted to mention that there has been absolutely no consultation, and if we are presumably this project moves forward, I would really appreciate being consulted as the neighbor that is directly and hugely going to be impacted by the construction of this site. So, Mr. Chan, please take that into consideration.
Of course. Then Member Lecaillé.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to clarify, if this was an 8-unit project rather than 10, is the reason why it's up to 10 is that is what is needed to make this financially viable? Like, there has to be a reason why you're coming to us and going through all this effort. So I'm just curious, is 8 units just would not work, and that's why you're seeking it?
Yeah, first of all, we know right now the after Bill 20 and after like so many immigrants come to Canada in the last 3 years, we have like a high demand for the apartments. So that we want to use like the bigger lot to provide more livable space for people to come to Canada and live there peaceful. So that we can try to make this room comfortable and easy for people to live there. So that's why we see these two a bigger lot. So we think we can provide two more residents, people living there, and without interference with other neighbors, because this is R4 zoning. So sooner or later, this is going to be coming like more buildings. That's what I read from the zoning bylaw. So more units that we provide, you just want to provide more resources for people, because we know the more units you have, the price will be lower. Because if you have less units on the market, of course, every single unit will be higher price for rent. So that if this is a trend, that we're going to provide more room for people to live, more units going to be more less expense for every single tenants to rent it.
I would add a comment for 289. The lot is 30% bigger than minimum the lot size by the zoning bylaw, and the 432 is 70% larger. So our design, preliminary design, within the maximum limit height, within the we provide 50 to 60% landscape. So all of the condition we meet. We thought in this fair lot side, we can provide more unit for the people. And we know the city is working on the amendment to Bill 23, zoning by law. So official plan is general intensifying all of the urban land have the full service line. So that's what we try to do, help. And the owner tried, meanwhile, for sure, he had consideration financial part. But we considered the condition of the two property, we could provide two additional affordable housing, special 3-bedroom unit.
So you're saying affordable housing again, but with no plans to have any contribution agreements that would guarantee without rent control. Yeah. You could have a contribution agreement that would spell out affordable rents.
Yeah, because MHSA, they say they don't want to take any responsibility. They just say, okay, whenever you have your plan ready, you go to like a licensed agent, they can provide channel, how you're gonna plan online. But when you go to that registration purpose, the process, you will see you need this plan, you need this plan. So that is kind of the conflict between our process and their process. But you know, as I said, I mean, that is like a 40 years mortgage that you can get a lower rate. But this is not like a condition that we get these two units more for this application. Our application is if not us, we are engineering firm, whatever we think that is possible, we're gonna represent our client. So if this say we can provide 2 more units, we're gonna go to the 8 units, and the owner gonna start to think, okay, if this is a 2 unit, it's a big lot, we don't need that big. They may just reduce the building size and go back to 1 or 2 bedrooms, which is not what I like either. So we want to give them a chance that they can have 1, 2, 3 bedrooms. They're all gonna satisfy the community for their needs. But if the people saying, okay, 8 units is also too much, but that is not under our control.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions? All right, I've got a few myself on this. All right, let me just, so the owner of the property, can you just confirm who in fact is the owner of the property?
Is Joseph, I think they have partnership, so that they should have their name or company name on the application form. For us, we can't exactly accurately saying which company or person is in possession of the owner.
Okay, it's just that I was hoping you can confirm exactly who the owner of the property was, just yourselves. I mean, you're saying, look at the application, but I was kind of hoping you'd be able to confirm it.
My information I collect from owners, Joseph, he owned the 2 property, and each property he had a partner, but I don't remember who his partner name.
That's not true.
All right. So, Mr. Wellman, we're not going there. Okay. So there's a different matter. I just want to confirm ownership right now. They're on the record. They're on the record. So if there's an issue, then we'll know it. We can come back to this. So you're saying to me that Joseph L. Samara is the owner with possibly a partnership with Mr. Saif?
Yeah, it's my understanding.
All right. So we're going to go with that. We're taking your word. So the other thing I wanted to mention is I'm a bit concerned about the timing of this minor variance. So typically, we like developers to, in fact, flesh out their proposal, ensure that they meet all of the requirements for site functionality on the site plan. And then we know that when you're here, all of the minor variances that we actually need for that property are before us, because the last thing we would want is we approve a minor variance and then you go away and do your work. Oh, but there's more minor variances and now you're back. So the committee tends to like to deal with a package in terms of the minor variances. So, but you've told me that your site is more than adequate from a sizing standpoint. So I think I'm hearing we're not likely to see you back for more minor variances on that property. Is that correct?
I think once this application for minor variance is approved, this plan is fixed. So no change at all. So what he said is, if this is not approved, so the owner has the opportunity that he can analyze this layout. They may have a chance to reduce the building, whatever is not under our control.
So Ms. Linker, did you review this application? Did you review zoning conformity of that site plan that was submitted as part of your commentary to us?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did a high-level review of the zoning and didn't see any other deficiencies other than the unit count.
All right. Okay. So you did do that. That is helpful. So thank you for that. Okay. And the only other comment I wanted to mention then is, and this is to Mr. Sun. I read your report, and I noticed that you have a section that talks about the 4 tests under the Planning Act. And I just wanted to mention to you that, I'm looking at your arguments under the variances desirable for the appropriate development and use of the property. What's typically really required there is to ensure that you're demonstrating the capacity of the site to be able to, in fact, carry the proposal in a way that makes some sense. And that's not what I'm seeing here. So just a note to you that when you develop your arguments on the 4 tests, you truly have to provide the evidence that we're looking for, and it's not here. And so if you could do that, I appreciate you're an architect and not a planner. So, but I do want you to be mindful of that if you come back to this committee with regards to your arguments under the 4 tests. Okay, so with that then, if there's no other questions, I'm going to leave the last few minutes to yourselves. You can tell us your thoughts on some of what you've heard. And so the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mrs. Speaker and committee member. As we present or in my cover letter, and we fully divide this proposal meet all of the zoning bylaw requirements, and just added minor variance for the 2 additional units, because we understand this property is 30 and 70% bigger than the minimum requirement. And all of our design detail, you can see, is less than maximum height, and also provide adequate landscape. And also we provide, after we receive a comment, we provide 3-bedroom unit. So with this scenario, and we strongly believe the 10 unit will be bring more affordable housing in this community. And we truly understand at the end of this year, the city amended the zoning bylaw. So each property have the full city service will allow 3 units. So in general, the official plan is looking for the general intensification. And what we do here is line with official city official plan for long run. And for the later detail for the weight management, and even for the size of the apartment each unit, we will, after receive the approval of this minor variance application, we will work with the owner and submit more detailed design for the building permit. Just what I can.
And can I get you to comment then on some of the consultation issues that we've heard about non-response from parties at your end? Can you tell us a little bit about that, just to respond to it for the record?
As you said, we, at our preliminary design stage or planning stage, we reach out every possibility of the resource, like affordable housing. We reach out CMHC, see how we qualify this building, our design to be get support, financial support. And for the neighborhood, I prepared a SCA street screening analysis, but later I know it's not required. But we fully aware, like what's happening on the street in terms of the neighbor, and how many apartment building in this block, and how many a house property have the parking at the front and side. So even though we haven't talked, I personally haven't talked to the neighbor individually, but doesn't mean I did analysis for the whole neighbor. I mean, as the more thoroughly study.
All right, Mr. Lee, go ahead, please.
Yes. I mean, honestly, we didn't have a chance to talk to neighbors, and we don't know who we're going to talk to, who's going to have comments. But we seriously look at all the comments that we received at the beginning of this week, and we saw many comments. They are not really talking about like 8 units or 2 units. They are talking about the parking. They are talking about the something that is not really belong to this issue. They are talking about probably if we just go back to 8 units, and if 8 units require committee adjustment to make a judgment to have public hearing, these comments from neighbors probably going to be the same. So I think my understanding, because this property, 8 units, the high density of the buildings is not really preference for the neighbors. My understanding, yes, I understand them. The only thing is we are engineering firm, we represent the owner, and we just present that we think city by law and the trend of the population in Canada will move up. So I think the most comments that we see from our neighbors, they are not really talking about 80 units or 10 units. They are really talking about too many units, not 8 or 10.
So I would encourage you to speak with your neighbors, because what I'm hearing is there's maybe some parties that's their voice might be important as part of the site functionality of the design, that kind of thing. So now the problem is, when we look at this approval, we're going to tie it, if we approve it, generally to the plan. So you're not going to have a lot of wiggle room. But this is very grassroots, right? When you do this kind of development. So the intent is you talk to your neighbors, you make sure that you get their input, because at the end of the day, they are impacted by what happens next door, and you want to be, it's just a good neighbor policy, right?
Yeah.
That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, we will pass these your comments to the owner and to ask his opinion, so that if he really still interested to provide more units, he gonna talk to owners, the neighbors about these actual requirements of the 2 units. So we're gonna pass this information to them and to say our client is going to talk to all neighbors about this variance. Otherwise, they may just say, okay, if that is too much, maybe to take. Yeah.
All right. Now I'm going to leave that to you. And so, Mr. Sun, you look like you had just some final comments.
Yeah. Yeah, we received all of the concern like Friday, and even today before the head of the meeting, I received 2 comments. So I do thoroughly review each comment for each neighbor, and exercise my due diligence. Like, we changed from 2-bedroom to 3-bedroom. We thought we can accommodate within our design. But a lot of time, you can see even today, is so global picture, like rental increase. And parking, it's not by each individual developer or architect. So parking is zoning by law is not required for the first 12 units. And rent control, I don't have authority. I truly believe it's the owner. We can work with the owner to try to provide. Yeah.
All right, thank you. And you're right, that's a little bit outside of the jurisdiction, and it's a nice to have. If you can work on it, great. But it's not, it really isn't for the committee to be making any decisions on the basis of whether or not it's affordable housing. We deal with what's in front of us, and right now it's a request for 2 additional units. We've had some comments about functionality, and that's why we've discussed it. But your answers, I thank you for your answers. So I think we have a better understanding now of what it is that's before us. So with that, then, I believe we're going to reserve on this one. We probably want to have some discussion. So we're not going to make a decision right now, because we have had some input, verbal or oral evidence provided to us today. We'd like to take some time to talk about that. So you will get the written decision in due course, within 10 days. So thank you for your time. Oh, well, don't go away, actually. Don't go away, because you're next on. We're going to do your next application too, which is number 7. Right, that's yours as well? Yeah, okay. And I have to go back through ensuring all of our administrative items are done on this. So we do have your signed declaration. The only thing I want to raise with you is we received, I guess, and I'm not sure if I can't recall if it was today or some photo that suggests that the sign posting is not up on the property. So what I need from you, and I know that we have evidence from you that shows that it was up. These, of course, are, picture was taken maybe yesterday. Your picture, I think, was taken September 5th. Or What I need to just reconfirm with you now is, as the regulations require that your signposting be up and visible for 10 days. So under your declaration, that's what you're suggesting to us, is that in fact that's been done. It was there for 10 days without interruption and it was fine. Can you just confirm to me today that that's in fact the case?
As far as the word from the owner, he said, yes, he did.
All right, so the tricky here, because you're saying this is hearsay now. So you're saying that the owner told you that it was up for 10 days. Can you give me the dates? Is it possible to give me the dates then that the sign was up? We know it was up on September 5th. So can you tell me, like, was it up from September 1st to September 10th, September 5th to September 15th? Can you get that information for us?
Well, if you have other questions, we can answer us question. Meanwhile, my partner can to ask the owner, because I don't have this information for.
I think last email he sent, he gave all the photos to the city. So there's the last email that Joseph sent.
Right. So here's what I'm going to propose. Typically, if we can't confirm that the sign posting and the declaration is valid, then we can't normally hear the application. But I think I'm hearing from you that you're relatively certain that in fact everything is good. We do have a signed declaration. It's just that we have had this question raised, so we have to explore it with you. So if you can get that information, we'll deal with your application and hopefully we'll have it by the end and then we can read it into the record. Does that work? Okay, all right, let's do that. Okay, with that then, we're not going to require a presentation from you. I'm going to open this up to questions directly from the committee members. So with that, committee members. Member, yeah, go ahead, please.
My questions would be still similar to the other application. So would your answers be similar to what you said before? So we don't have to go through this all again. Is that it's a similar design, that you're in, the reason why you're doing 10 and 8 is for the same reasons that you said before?
Yeah, building itself and site plans are quite similar, even building layout identical. Only this probably the site is much larger than the 289. So it's 70% more than the minimum requirement. So we are able to accommodate 2 on-site parking. So that's a big difference.
Yes, you're right. That is different from the first application. My question was more on the viability, the reason for the 10 versus 8 is the rationale of why you're coming before us. Is that's how you make the numbers work sometimes to make these projects go through, or it's your desire to create more housing?
As I mentioned earlier, because this site is bigger, and one do all of the analysis with owner, we found even this one can for sure have more room for the 10 unit without additional variance break through the limited height.
Okay.
So everything within the zoning bylaw, only 2 more unit and 2 parking.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? All right, I'm not seeing. Trying to manage online and person, sometimes a little tricky. Okay, I don't believe I had any questions, but other than to you, Ms. Linker, putting you on the spot a lot today, just want you to confirm whether or not you reviewed this site plan again through that zoning compliance lens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Like the last application, staff did a high-level review of the zoning just to ensure that there is no apparent deficiencies, and staff are satisfied that this was the only deficiency that we spotted.
All right, thank you. My only other question then, Mr. Saunders-Dooley, is on your consultation again. Tell me a little bit about the consultation that you undertook with the neighbors.
Same as 289. So on my part, we didn't do any in-person consultation with the neighbor. Not sure about the owner part, but again, we visit the site. I do the street screen analysis. So, yeah. Oh, and we seriously review the comment from neighbor and try to address their concern as much as we can in a reasonable way.
And you're aware, though, that there have been some comments received from the neighbors that are opposing or have concerns about the property. You're aware?
Yeah, we are. We receive all the comments from the city.
And I would just suggest that, you know, when you undertake a project, go early, go ask and talk to your neighbors early. Don't wait till you're getting the comments at this point in the application process.
Yes, thank you for the recommendation. We will.
Just bear with me. I'm just trying to make sure that we've covered everything. All right. Just to Ms. Murray, there's no concerns here from a forestry standpoint. I'm just reading through your comments. Just want to make sure we're not missing anything.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I have nothing to add. I did speak to the applicant's agent about rearranging the front stairway to save tree one, but they explored options for moving the parking area and whatnot. And just because of the location of the tree on private property, there was going to be too many conflicts no matter what approach they took to development on this site. So no further concerns to address. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Ms. Murray. Then, okay, then so what we'll do is we'll go to our speakers list. And I believe for this one, we've got Mr. Willman, you're back. So come on forward.
Thank you. I don't have much to say this time, so it'll be all. Thank you. I don't have as much to say this time, so we'll be brief. I'm the individual who took the photos of the property. I live close by. I've been biking by it every day. I've never seen any signs up there going back at least a couple months. The reason I know about it is because of Joseph L. Samra and my legal issues with him. And it's my position that this board has to be in line with the Supreme Court of Canada in Baker against Canada, citizenship of minister, or what do you call it? Minister of Citizenship and Immigration, which outlines procedural fairness rules for all administrative tribunals in Canada, including this one. My position is that they're saying, oh, the owner says it went up, and you're saying, okay, it's hearsay. And now if they go back and they call up and they say, okay, it was up for 10 days. And I'm saying, okay, look, I've been going by every day and it's not there. It raises an issue of credibility on the submissions from the owner and whether or not he can be taken at his word. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
All right. So Mr. Willman, we can't second guess them. If they have a signed swear, like they either swear or affirm or a signed declaration that says that the sign has been up for the 10 days, and it doesn't necessarily have to be like yesterday from the hearing, but if we can get that from them, then this committee has to proceed on that basis.
Respectfully, Madam Chair, to do that would be an error in law that I would plan on appealing. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Willman. Thank you for your input on that. So going back to you then, Mr. Sun and Mr. Lee, have you been able to come up with those dates for us?
Right before the meeting, we double checked with the owner. He said he sent the photos to the committee adjustment. So that's what I heard from him. But in this case, because that work belonged to owner himself. So at this moment, we just can say we can double check with him, ask for all evidence. But I can't say what he said to you.
All right, so thank you for that. Just to our coordinators then, question, who signed that declaration?
you, Madam Chair. The owner signed the declaration and provided a photo of the posted sign September 5th.
And when you say the owner, we're talking about Mr. Joseph, sorry, is that the correct individual?
That's correct, Madam Chair.
All right, so I guess on that basis, then we're going to proceed if we have that, and because it doesn't look like we're going to get that confirmation of the exact dates. No, Mr. Willman, no, we're done.
I believe it says that it's an application for a condition of sale, and that Joseph is not the owner, and the other individual is the owner.
All right, so we have to go by what's before us right now, which is that they've signed as the owner. We heard from the applicants, the agents, that is the owner. We're not sure about Mr. Seth, I guess, but we have had some confirmation. So we're going to proceed on that basis, and I'm going to wish you luck on your further claims against. And I'm not sure if you've undertaken legal proceedings. I think you said you did. I'm going to wish you luck on that, but we have to deal with the application the way we have it now. No,
no, I'm just saying thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay. So with that, then it would be helpful, though, just, you know, if Mr. Lee, Mr. Sun, if you could follow up on what those dates are and just provide them to staff so that we at least have like a record that we know exactly. And then, you know, because we have had this complaint, it just closes the loop on that and says, oh no, we know it's, in fact, it was on these dates. So if we can get that, that would be wonderful.
Fully understand.
All right. Okay. So I haven't quite finished, I think, with the whole public hearing side. So is there anyone else in this audience or online who would like to speak to this application, either for or against? All right, I'm not seeing anybody come forward. I'm going to open it up to the panel members one last time. Any further last thoughts or questions before we give Mr. Sun and Mr. Lee the floor? Okay, not seeing. So this is your chance to wrap up and give us your final thoughts before we close the discussion.
Add a little bit more, because this property is even fronted, it's bigger than the 289. As we mentioned, 70% more than minimum required by zoning bylaw, and we keep the same footprint. Being that we have much more landscape area, and we have about 60%. And this design, this location, we also provide two 3-bedroom units. So we understand, and also from the comment from neighbor, so this community neighborhood need more affordable housing, especially for the 3-bedroom unit. Yeah, so I just want to highlight.
All right, thank you for that. Okay, and the only thing I would remind you of, though, is, you know, if as much as possible, if you could, you know, develop your site plans and before you're here with your minor variances, that way, like we've done an overview, but it really does help to have what is it that you're really proposing, so that we have some comfort that we're not going to be looking at additional minor variances, because as I said, you know, we try to deal with them as a package. So just a reminder that you know, maybe in the future when you're dealing with applications that you look at it in that way. So with that, I believe we're going to reserve. I'm looking to the members. Yeah. And so again, we've had some oral evidence provided to us today. So we're going to reserve, and you're going to get the decision in 10 days. Yes, Mr. Lin.
So just one question. I want to review all the comments you suggested, which make a consultation with the neighbors. But you know, just like in the worst case, we try to make the things going going well. So because most comments we see over here is not related to 8 to 10 units. That is not really concerned about the majority of the comments. But when we talk to them, if they just say, okay, we don't like 8 units, we don't like a 1 bedroom, we don't like a one bedroom, we don't like a 2 bedroom, we just like a 3 bedroom. So this is going to be going to be not really follow our zoning bylaw for this subzone area. So in that situation, how we going to make agreement with a neighbor if they say, okay, 1 bedroom we don't like, 2 bedroom we don't like. If that is there's no agreement, they don't like this.
So, as you know, the in the zoning bylaw, there is no 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom. That's not part of it. So,
right.
So no one expects you to resolve those issues. But we do, we do hope that you've looked at the site functionality, that it works well, that it doesn't. There's we have proper screening where we need to have screening, that kind of thing. So the one comment we did hear from one of our previous speakers, as you'll recall, is that she says even today part of her driveway is used to take the garbage out. So we need to, it really helps us when we can see that, no, that's not going to happen because you've thought about that on your site, you've talked to the neighbors and you've alleviated that concern. That's what we're looking for. That's really the intent.
I think for the questions that you mentioned for the waste management, this is okay for sure. We're gonna accommodate with this issue with because when we look at the majority of comments, they are not really like looking at extra 2 units. They are looking at this is too much. Even 8 is too much. So say when we have 8, so that's gonna be higher than the neighbors. So they're gonna talk about, okay, my window on this side will be shaded. So I have no place because in this situation I can't get agreement with her because this is a 3.5 story building. Of course, going to be higher than the 1 story. At this moment, we can't get any agreement with them. So that is something that is not really related to 8 units or 10 units. So even right now, we reserve this result until up to 10 days. But we try to get agreement with the neighbors. We can talk to them. The only thing is, because majority of the comments are not related to 8 to 10. It's related to the other issues. Means too much. Even 8 is too much.
Yes, I understand. I understand. The comments are outside of the actual request. But it still comes down to, when you're looking at designing these things, what can you accommodate? What can't you accommodate? If you can't accommodate it, maybe there's good reasons for that. And that's fine. You don't have to do everything that people want because you have your own objectives and there's good reasons for things. So, but we do, what we'd like to see is at least that the discussion's been opened. And that we know that, all right, okay, so you went down that road, you did discuss with them, you might have made a small change here or that. Great, that's the kind of thing that the committee encourages as part of a development process in a neighborhood. All right. Yeah. Okay, well, thank you, gentlemen, and good luck with both your projects.
Thank you, Ryan.
All right. Well, like I said, we're reserving the decision and then you'll know whether or not you're proceeding. So my apologies for that. Okay. All right. So we're going to go back then to, I think at this point, we're on number 4. And here we're looking for Ms. McQuaig, who I believe is in the audience. So come on down. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee.
All right, so we do have your sign posting declaration, no issue there. Just looking to see if there's any changes to the application required. I don't see any. All right, I think we can jump into this. I don't believe we're looking for any presentation from you. So I'm going to open it up to members of the committee because we're looking for consent and rights of ways, if I remember correctly on this one. All right, okay. All right, members of the committee. Anything on this one? Member Acacia?
Yep, Madam Chair, thank you. Questions for the city staff on planning committee. One of the issues raised was about access to utilities. And there was a picture shared by one of the neighbors on 4 units versus 2. that are already there. There's 4 gas meters, 4 hydrometers. The application claims that it's 2 separate, they want to subdivide into 2 separate ownerships with the possibility of to allow for secondary dwelling units. Can you just confirm the review of the application and access to utilities in that context?
Thank you for your question. I'm not sure if I saw that photograph from the member of the public, so I can speak to what my understanding is. My understanding is that the applicant has asked for easements to be able to access their servicing, and that the servicing that separates the secondary dwelling unit from the principal unit is including the storm, sanitary, and water. And it's also my understanding that those secondary dwelling units exist today.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? Ms. McQuaid, go ahead, please.
I also reviewed the comments submitted by the neighbor with regards to those matters, and there will be, as is typical for a semi-detached joint use and maintenance agreement, and part 2 and part 3, if I'm remembering correctly, do contain those right-of-ways / easements to provide access as required to facilitate the existing development on site, which has 2 primary and secondary dwelling units in the basements of the primary units today. And if this is the right time or not, I did want to raise a concern with condition 4.
Yes, I did see that. All right, so condition number 4 has to do with, I believe this is the request for a notice on title. Is that correct?
That is correct. It's in relation to proximity to Highway 417. We're at the very limits of that radius that applies to trigger that request by staff. I did have a conversation with staff, and I don't think they're terribly opposed to the removal of the condition. There's a number of developed blocks between the subject site and Highway 417, so there's significant noise buffer already. I don't believe the condition is warranted on this particular site, and entering into a development agreement to apply a warning clause when we are so distanced from the 417 would be quite onerous to go through that process with legal staff.
All right, I'm looking to Ms. Linker for just confirmation on the potential removal of number 4. But we're talking here really just a notice on title about it. So are you already doing, you're already doing a development agreement. So you're already, yeah, a little bit up to your neck with legal services anyway. So I'm trying to figure out like how much more onerous would this really be?
I don't know for certain that they would have it be the same process for the 2 development agreements, and the less work that we put on, I think, the legal department of the city, the better. And given that we are so far from Highway 417, I don't think it's necessary to apply the warning clause on title. And as I said, I did speak to staff about it, and they didn't seem to have significant issue with its removal.
All right, over to you, Ms. Linker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The development agreement within condition 2 is with respect to the asphalt overlay that was added in an abundance of caution in case that the services did need to change to allow for separate servicing on the lot. So that condition might be waived if it's no longer necessary, approved with a servicing plan. So that would leave this being the only development agreement. Staff gave the agent a warning that we were going to be adding this to the application, and that if they see it's necessary or appropriate for removal, if they think that they have adequate reason, they are able to do so on the floor.
All right, so let me get this right. So in the some of the conditions, we have 2 that there's reference to a development agreement, one of which may not be required at all for the overlay. And then the second one, I think I'm hearing that as long as the applicant is believes that there's no real need for it, that we can delete it. Did I get that? I'm sure I've got that wrong.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for clarifying. The condition for the noise notice on title is because the site is within 500 meters of Highway 417, which the official plan says triggers the requirement for this noise clause. However, staff let the applicant know that if they deem it to be, or if they decide that that's onerous for their application, they can request that to be removed, but the city will be asking for it.
Oh, that makes it a little clearer. Okay. So no, I just want to make sure, like even for the panel here. So, you know, that's the right of any applicant anytime to make a request to not have a condition apply because they deem it to be too onerous. We hear that all the time. So I thought I'd heard through Ms. McGregor, however, that we're here, that staff was actually saying, oh, you know what, we're not really that concerned about this. That's not what we're hearing now. We're hearing, no, this is a condition that we want to have applied, but it's up to you, Ms. Craig. If you want to address the committee and have it deleted, then that's your option. Is that not where we're at this point?
So my conversation was with Ms. Erin O'Connell and not Ms. Margot Linker with regards to that particular condition. And we discussed the sort of distance from Highway 417, and she agreed that, you know, they wouldn't notably oppose if I decided to request it be removed, given the distance from Highway 417. And with regards to conditions 1 and 2, there is an approved site servicing plan, and that was something that Ms. Linker and I did discuss. And so it's likely that condition 1 would be cleared rather easily, and condition 2 may be waived entirely, which would leave the development agreement component only relating to the warning clause on title for noise. And we are about a little over 400 meters away from Highway 417 with built form in, you know, 3 to 4 blocks between us and Highway 417.
All right, but Ms. McQuaid, that'd be true for a lot of development, right? So I think the way it works is it's 500 meters. If you fall within it, then it triggers that particular policy. And you know, some people end up having to do the actual noise study and the rest of it, but in this case, we're talking about a notice on title. You know, and I just think back to sort of my airport days. I can assure you that, you know, anybody who's within those airport operating influence zones, they all have notices on title. And that line is pretty blurry, and in an abundance of caution, they ensure that a property is in, and it's for, you know, exactly to ensure the prospective buyers understand what it is that they are buying into. So, I'm going to get some comments from my panel members, and I see, oh, Ms. O'Connell is actually here. I didn't know Ms. O'Connell was with us. I'm going to give you the floor next before we go to our discussions, because maybe we won't need a discussion at the end of the day. So the floor is yours, Ms. O'Connell.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I know this puts the committee in an awkward position, and I just want to clarify what kind of discussion we had with the applicant. And it's largely recognizing that right now we're experiencing some significant delays with legal services in preparation of development agreements that are taking applicants a serious matter of months. We're trying to address that internally right now through a series of issues with the department, but we're working with staff to see if there's an ability to really focus on where we actually really need development agreements to be in place for a number of conditions. And so this is one, and I appreciate this puts you in an awkward position where we do have an obligation under our official plan to highlight this distance from the 417, but as to whether it's absolutely necessary. I mean, there's some internal discussion as to whether this is one of those cases that we could apply some flexibility for that requirement for the development agreement, seeing as it's a developed property with, as the applicant has explained, many developed blocks in between it that already exists on the property right now.
All right, so Ms. O'Connell, the issue then becomes, of course, that if we're introducing a lot of flexibility in these things, and we haven't actually been that flexible in the past, that if we're going to do that, though, then in all fairness, then that's a slippery slope. So, you know, a lot of these developments actually do have, you know, already built up development around them. So a lot of them could make exactly the same argument. So I just want to make sure that we're clear on this one, and that that's, you know, what the city is saying, because I think what I'm hearing is it's more of a capacity issue to deal with the preparation of the development agreement itself. All right. Thanks for that. I'm going to get thoughts from our panel members and see what they think on this. I'm going to start with member Keklikin.
I a thought. Thank you, Madam Chair. The onerous, I'm trying to understand what is onerous. This agreement is basically a notification. That's what I'm understanding for the property. And is there any obligation further than a piece of information? If you could explain, please. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair, the obligation to clear that condition before the lots can be registered and then sold separately, as the owner would like to do. It requires the applicant entering into a development agreement with legal, which means there's a document that needs to be prepared that legal has to review. And we've had a similar situation on another file that, collectively maybe an hour of work for the legal department, and it's taken over 6 months to do so and prevented the sale of the lots and the clearance of those conditions. And it was one of the last conditions to be cleared. And we were told by the legal department that they have the entirety of the 2 years to, get to it in their queue, which is quite onerous to the applicants who, maybe needing to sell the property for whatever their reasons may be. And it's quite a long time to wait to review, a couple pages of a legal document and have the city sign off on it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just very briefly, then it's an administrative issue, right? That onerous definition is administration, management of that administration.
Correct. And I would submit also that given, the radius is 500 meters and we're very close to the edge of that. As Ms. O'Connell was stating, there are certain instances where I would not request that this be removed, but we're right at the edge. And given the time that it takes, it's those two components together as to why I'm requesting that condition 4 be removed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Coakley.
Through you, Madam Chair, and perhaps maybe, Madam Chair, you might rule on whether this is an inappropriate question before anybody answers it. Hearing what I have just heard, I am quite frankly sympathetic to removing the condition. I wonder if the applicant would be willing to undertake to put the notice on title, even if it is not a commission, even if it is not made as a condition of the severance, such that the notice is on title for future purchases, which addresses the city's legitimate concerns about people buying properties that are within a noise zone, but avoids perhaps the issue of having to wait possibly up to 2 years for city staff to review whether or not the document meets the actual technical terms of whatever condition we might otherwise be inclined to impose. So again, before anybody, before anyone answers that, it may be it may be somewhat of an inappropriate question to ask, but if it isn't, I'd be interested in the answer.
So what I'm worried, so it's a good point, and I like the direction you're going in, Member Coakley. I'm just wondering if, in fact, it's not a condition, then under what sort of authority would, so I don't see our legal services would not be involved in it, because if it's not a condition, they'd say, we don't, we're not doing anything. And if the applicant was to try and do this themselves, what authority do they need to compel the land registry office to, in fact, issue a notice on title on a property? So I'm not sure what the mechanics of that is, but I have a feeling that that might be a bit of a fly in the ointment here. I'm looking to Ms. McQuaig. Any ideas on that?
So Madam Chair, I did, this is sort of an informal discussion, but I did speak with Ms. Libman at Soloway's on the matter of applying warning clauses on title. And it was my understanding that, as to what you were alluding, they simply can't just apply them without direction through some capacity. I am not a lawyer. I apologize for how that's coming out, but that is my understanding.
It is my only concern, Member Coakley, about that. So I think we have to make a decision as to whether or not we apply it. And I think I'm hearing from you, correct me. I think I'm hearing from you that given the circumstances, removing this this condition wouldn't be unattractive to you. All right.
Yeah, I think maybe Ms. O'Connell might have wanted to make a comment on that. I'm not.
Well, I'm just going to finish with polling our members here. So, and I'm going to go to member Lecuyer.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. You've said it's close. Do you have the exact, is it 489? Is it 464? I measured it yesterday. Thank you.
All right. So, and with that, then, does that mean that you would be, you'd be okay with removing it? All right. Okay. Well, based on that, then, Member Kakikin, I think I'm sort of swayed by some of the arguments about the administrative issues that we have. So I think we'll go with deleting it. Any final comments?
Well, I guess I'll go along with that. I just feel that the premise of determining the 500 meter, I suppose, is flexible with time. You know, things, the noise issue increases, decreases over time. We're talking here about the highway. The highway can be widened. It could be more traffic, less traffic. You know, these kinds of engineering or planning criteria that come in. So you're at the edge right now, but it may not be the edge in a few years. So I don't know. I'm swayed one way or another, but if I can go along with deleting the condition.
All right, thank you for those comments, and you raised some really good points on that. So I think, again, the only thing I would caution, and Ms. O'Connell, I don't see you on screen, but it's again, it's one of these that if we're making this kind of exception, then we have to be mindful about how we deal with other applications. And I'll be honest with you, I think in a lot of ways what we're hearing is because legal services is so far behind, I totally understand what Ms. McCraig was saying about last condition to be cleared is 2 years later. Is that really fair? So maybe what we can do then is just to continue to monitor the backlog. And if that, in fact, does improve over time and is not overly onerous as a condition to apply, then we go back to first principles on this and apply the requirement for a noise notification, you know, as intended by the official plan policy. So I'm just mindful of that and wanted to convey that. Okay. Any other questions? Anyone on anything? Any other issues? Okay, I think I don't think I went to the public on this yet. I have no one. Oh, yes, I do actually. I do have a speaker, John Seymour. Do we have John in the audience or on? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right, I'm going to give you 5 minutes and the floor is yours.
Hey, so I'm the neighbor, I'm next door, and I took the picture. And what I'm really confused by is gas and water and sewer getting to the back unit, because the gas line runs into the front building, goes into the building, and then it goes to the back building, inside the building. For the water and the sanitary, it goes from the street underneath the front building to the back building. So if I own the back building, how do I affect those repairs? So the agent can talk about there's going to be an easement, but the easement means that the person who owns the back part gets to go into the front part to make those repairs. And the person in the back gets to dig a hole through the front part floor to be able to get to their water and sewer distribution points. So it could be easy to do. You know what, there's an easement that runs on part 4. It's easy to run up that parking lot. Hey, now gas goes up there, now water goes up there, now sewer goes up there. The owner chose not to do that. The owner chose not to have the electrical feed go from the power pole to the front unit and the back unit. He decided to put all 4 meters and electrical entry into the front building. So if the back building has an issue with getting power and they think the break is someplace between their building and where the meter is, they now have to go through the wall in a building they don't own to begin to make that change. So I'm not familiar with the planning process. I am familiar with selling buildings. Been in commercial real estate for 35 years. What you're proposing as a solution here is impractical. what you're proposing ends up being a lawsuit against the city for having done this in the first place. You've had plans for 3 years. You've had a building inspection. You've failed to pick this up in a building inspection. I'm not sure what's going on, but you got a chance to make things right. So take a close look at it. Ask the agent to begin to explain how this gets dealt with practically when those things break down, should they break down. But that, I think, is the essence of the issue. For me, the owner had a choice to be able to provide those things in a rational, straightforward manner, and for whatever reason decided not to. The owner decided to build something that's too high. The owner has decided to ignore some building code issues that still exist right now. I have a walkway beside him that's more than 2 feet high. He hasn't provided a railing. Why, I don't know. So I'm not really interested in hearing about, he'll get to it eventually. I'm not really interested about any of those things. Why don't you fix it first? Come along and say, I've done all the things I'm supposed to do, and then go ahead. Madam Chair, I have particularly admired your patience so far, nearly everyone. Please continue with me, and thank you very much for making this consideration.
All right, thank you for your comments, Mr. Seymour. So I'm going to ask coordinator put the site plan up and maybe get Ms. McQuaid to speak to some of that, some of those issues so that we can better understand how some of those utilities are being dealt with.
So, Madam Chair, we did pull all of the permits from Building Code Services, and the permits are cleared, and I am not aware of any issues with Building Code Services. To my understanding, everything that was submitted has been cleared and approved as it was submitted to Building Code Services. It's in my presentation, but I can demonstrate it on the site plan. So there are separate services as per the approved site servicing plan going to the front unit and the rear unit. We also have floor plans that demonstrate there are mechanical rooms for each, the front portion and the rear portion separately. And then further, as I've noted, there is a joint use and maintenance agreement that will address some commonly shared items, which is typical for semi-detached, as well as easements and right-of-ways to provide access as necessary for the portions of the property where there may be items that you need to have access to.
All right, thank you for that overview. Any questions from the panel then for either Mr. Seymour or on this particular issue? All right, so we're satisfied that it's been taken into consideration and there won't be any issues from a site functionality standpoint. Okay, Ms. McQuaid, go ahead.
And just to add, I did specifically reach out to someone in Building Code Services, and I believe I did speak to Ms. Linker about it as well. And I also approached the engineer who provided the site servicing plan. So I made sure to cover my bases.
All right, thank you very much for that due diligence, Ms. McQuaid. All right, Mr. Seymour, I got like 30 seconds.
Oh, did you approach the engineer suggesting that it was going to be a severance and it was going to be divided properties?
I believe that would have been part of the proposal, Mr. Seymour, but I'll just get that confirmation from Ms. McQuaid.
So you, Madam Chair, that is correct. And that was why the intent on their plan is to demonstrate the 2 separate services coming into the lot, as well as 2 separate mechanical rooms.
All right, thank you. Member Coakley.
Perhaps if I could just clarify with Mr. Seymour, or through you, Madam Chair, with Mr. Seymour, I'm not I mean, I understand the concern you're expressing the way you've expressed it, but how would this particular scenario in front of us be significantly different than, for example, a townhouse development? And I can speak to my own, where we're a 5-block unit, the hydro comes in at one end and is distributed, I believe, under the basements of 4 of the units to get to the 5th unit, for example, or equally in, for example, a condominium building where all of the services come in centrally, and then are distributed out through the units. The use of easement is a way of providing the furthest person from the street effectively with the access that he or she or that they need. Bell, Ottawa Hydro, Rogers Cable have easements all over the city, allowing them to come in and dig up as required and replace access, services that somebody might need or that might need to be replaced. So as I say, I understand the concern, but I'm not sure how in this specific instance the concern would be different than in any number of other locations in the city.
Well, it's a good question. And I think if we can address condos to begin with, if you can imagine that the electrical service comes into a main electrical vault in the basement, then there's actually passages throughout all the floors that bring all that power divided down to a variety of floors from which time it's spread out. But what it means is that someone can go in and get to all those various places in which that happens. And the distribution itself oftentimes is through the ceilings above you and then into the units. That's not the case here. The case here is that the electrical system comes into somebody's house next door to you, and who knows what's been built such that everybody gets access to that piece that runs from where the electrical meter is at the front of the building on the right-hand side to the back unit. So I don't know. That's hard to contract for. But it's different in a townhome because you've made that specific corridor door through which the power runs or the water runs or all those other things, with the idea that if we have to go in and service things at some stage, we have easy access to that. So if there's actually a bulkhead in the basement of the front unit where, oh, that's where electrical goes in, we can go in and get it at any given time, that would be easy for the agent to be able to demonstrate that's what's happened. With regards to gas, same situation happens. Gas comes in, the gas line runs up, it's easy to identify. It goes to a central spot on the floor, it gets distributed from there. You can trace back all that stuff, it's easy to find. And there's also an expectation, oh, we've had an issue with the gas over here, we're gonna get into that. So once again, if they've identified a bulkhead, labeled, and inside is labeled gas, you can go in and get all those things, that begins to address it. My suspicion is that didn't happen. Water and sewer is a little bit different for me. So the dilemma right now is that I live next door. The water and the sewer, the pipe that gets it to the property line is the responsibility of the city, and from the property line, it's my responsibility. So now what you've talked about is a water line that runs underneath a building. So I'm not sure how that happens. So if you have a blockage in sewer for the back unit, that is someplace between the property line and where their wall is, you're now underneath 25 feet of somebody else's property. How do you get to it? So it's easy. Most of the time for the Rogers stuff or the Bell stuff, they don't actually run it under your property. They run it beside your property. They can go and get it. For the city of Ottawa, for its sewer mains and its water mains, yeah, they run an easement across the property. But there's restrictions about putting things on top of that, such you can't build things on it, so it doesn't make it impossible to get to. So, like I said, the owner has made some choices. He's made it inexpensive. He's fast, it's cheap, it's easy, but it isn't practical. If he goes ahead and sells this, as he's described, problem's over.
So Mr. Seymour, I think, okay, so I just wanted to wrap the discussion on this up a little bit, because we do have a condition of approval if we go that route that requires that all of this be looked at to the satisfaction of the city's infrastructure folks. So presumably, if even despite the work that Ms. McQuaig has done and the assurances that she's given us, if there is an issue, it should be picked up through the clearing of that condition. All right. So thank you for that. All right. I'm going to make a call out to anyone else in the audience or online who may want to speak to this application. Now is your chance. Okay. Not seeing anybody come forward. So with that then, I don't believe there's any other issues. Panel members, anything else you'd like to raise before we sort of go to a conclusion on this? All right. So it'll be over to you then, Ms. McQuaig, with final comments on this application.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As per the material that we've submitted, we reviewed all of the relevant criteria with regards to severances under the Planning Act. It has regard to matters of provincial interest. We've ensured that the proposal as built is zoning compliant. We did investigate the concerns presented to us with regards to shared services. And I believe we investigated that to a conclusion that I am satisfied with. So per the review that we've undertaken, it's our submission that the request for consent is appropriate and constitutes good land use planning. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. McQuaig. So, okay, so this application is fairly straightforward. So I am tempted to go to a vote on this one now. I don't believe we need to. I don't see any reason for reservation on this one unless a member would like to further discuss. Go ahead, Member Coakley.
I would prefer to discuss amongst ourselves later if we could, please.
Then that will be what we're doing. So, Ms. McQuaid, we are going to reserve and we will come back. Well, you will get the decision, as you know, in writing in 10 days.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Okay, perfect. Then we're going to go on to, I believe it's number 5 at this point for 240 Blackburn. Sorry. Oh, yes. Okay, that's right. So we have a member who has a conflict of interest on this application. So he is stepping away. So good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. My name is Chris Yalkotzi. I'm acting on behalf of the owner of the property.
All right, just give me a moment. I want to make sure that any housekeeping things have to be taken care of. So we've got your sign posting declaration. Let's just see here. All right. I don't see anything from a housekeeping standpoint that we need to take care of. Don't believe we're going to ask for a presentation on this unless one of the members tell me that they need that. No, okay. Then in which case, let's just go straight to questions from our members. Go ahead. Anyone? No questions. Okay. All right. Let me just see if I had any questions then. I make notes to myself as I'm reviewing these applications.
I can go, Madam Chair, while you look.
All right, go ahead, Ms. Licky.
So on the, we're just looking at the comments from the public on, they're looking to, and in terms of what the city's looking for is missing middle housing. And there was a suggestion made about perhaps the bachelor units could be combined. That was a suggestion that they made because there's no kitchen facilities. Can you speak about kind of the thought process that went into the design and why you landed where you landed?
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the question. There's quite a mix of units there. If you look at the list, what we've got on that project is we've got 2 studios. We've got 1 2-bedroom, we've got 1 4-bedroom, and we've got 2 5-bedroom units. As you're probably aware, the building is a student residence for the most part. I can tell you that in negotiations and discussions with neighbors, and also taking a look at Ash's comments, Action Sandy Hill's comments, the owner has agreed to board over the swimming pool. And the reason why is that I impressed upon him the liability issues around having a swimming pool with students in a building. I had discussed with them the notion of removing the swimming pool, but because the property may resort back to a family residence at some point, the owner of one, so there's a joint management of the property, and in the company that owns the property, there is still the original owner of the property. And so that's one aspect. In talking to the Spencers who live to the north, there are 2 aspects that they were concerned about. There is a fence or a lane, a gap between their residence and the building. And the owner of the property has kindly let them vegetate that and landscape it, even though it's not their property. And they were quite happy with that, except that it is used as a place of urination and other things like that by students from time to time. So I've talked to the owners of the property, and we will be putting in a gate so that access to that space will be a joint gate will be taken away. So, I mean, the other aspect is that the site is being, let's call it, turned into a bit of a sponge now, which is one of the things that the city is looking for, because a large portion of the front of the property is currently interlocked, and this will all be returned to landscaped space. So I am concerned about, and I have discussed with the management of the business that they need to respect the requirements and the concerns that the community has.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. Acacia, I was listening to the boarding over of the pool. Is that actually are you actually allowed to do that? I would have thought that there would have to be a different decommissioning of a pool.
So, Madam Chair, yeah, the pool will be decommissioned fully, but instead of removing the pool entirely, because the owner thinks that they may in some time in the future would like to, again, occupy the residence, it's, if you imagine a patio deck being built, so a patio deck will be built over that swimming pool.
All right, as long as that's kind of, you know, in keeping and in compliant with what the requirements are to do that. I'm just surprised that they would allow something like that, to be honest with you, but that's neither here nor there. It doesn't affect me. I'm just curious when I heard that. Okay, any other questions then? Oh yes, go ahead, member. Okay.
One more. I think in the application it said that the current garage would be demolished. Can you speak to that? Because I think that I recall in some of the commentary that this in fact has actually already been done. So has the construction already started, or?
Through you, Madam Chair, the construction hasn't started. The face of the garage has simply been replaced at this time. The garage door has been replaced at this time with a what's going to become the front facade of the building.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Member Coakley.
Just again to confirm my understanding, it is simply in quotes perhaps, the fact that the building owner wishes to convert the use of the building and increase the number of units therein that trigger the variances. There's no change in the building envelope itself. It is simply because the zoning requirements for a semi-detached say this, and the zoning requirements for a multi-unit building say that, and hence the need for the variance. Is that correct?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there are a number of non-conforming aspects to the building, whether semi-detached or a low-rise apartment building. In this case, those minor variants, those variances or those non-conforming components need to be applied for as a variance as the building is having a change in use. And so they have to be regularized. And so out of abundance of caution, we've also included a front yard setback variance request as there's been some discussion about bay windows, and this is a full bay, so we did include the bay as part of the front yard setback requirement.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. Okay, if there's no other questions, I'm just noticing there's no one on our speakers list. So is there anyone in the audience, either here or online, that would like to speak to this item? Not seeing anybody come forward. Okay. Again, this is a fairly straightforward application. I'm inclined to go to a vote on this one, as opposed to reserving.
I would prefer to reserve, Madam Chair.
All right, if that's the case, then we're reserving. But I'm going to give you the last couple of minutes, Mr. Acacia, if you want to wrap up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to indicate around the three primary goals in the city and the official plan and others, of course, is one, the issue of returning as much of the hardscape that we have in our municipalities to softscape of some form or the other. This goes towards doing that. Secondly, it adds additional accommodation and varied accommodation. We don't always know whether these kinds of properties will only be used for student housing. Functionally, with the number of bedrooms in some of the units, it's possible that they could be used for other uses as well in terms of family style unit. And the third thing, it's also, I think, a big thing I always find when I find clients that want to keep existing buildings and keep some of the building. Now that building is quite an amazing place because it's been added to over time, and it started off as two buildings separately and slowly came combined into pretty much one. And it's had a number of additions as outlined by everybody, and building permits and all kinds of other things to it. But still, it still retains, especially the northerly portion of the building still retains the existing building that was built there previously.
All right, thank you for that. We're reserving. You'll get your decision. Don't go away, because you have the next application, as you know, which is number 6 for 280 Queen Mary. Again, let me just check on some of this. All right, so we have the sign posting on this one. And okay. Just want to make sure we're not missing anything here. All right. I think we'll go just to questions, although I think there might be many, but just to questions and no presentation. Then Mr. Yelkatsi, I'm going to open the floor to the members at this point. Any questions? Got a few, so I'm going to go first then. If everybody's just sort of looking over their notes. And Ms. Linker, I'm going to go to you on this because I guess it's clarification on the planning report that I need more than anything else right now. And I'm looking at page 2 of 5 and the beginning of the paragraph that says staff have no concerns. So in this, we talk about that the variances A, B, C, D, E, or sorry, yes, A, B, C, D, E, F, I, J, and K would not be required if the mandated provincial legislation was in place. So I take it that what you mean there is that once the city is undertaken to implement the that province-wide legislation, that none of these would be required? Just want to understand that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's my understanding that I believe it was last week or 2 weeks ago, the zoning team went to Planning and Housing Committee to get direction to move forward with this zoning bylaw amendment, and that should be heading back to Planning Committee and to Council in about a month or two to implement this zoning if it gets approved. So under that case, which would be implementing the provincial direction, these variances wouldn't be required. However, this cannot obtain a building permit until it is zoning compliant. So it is currently not compliant with the zoning bylaw.
All right, it's just interesting because there's quite a bit in here. So when you look at something like variance F that talks about an increased gross floor area being 55%, or asking for 55% in this case. So I guess the intent when I see a comment like that is that, you know, is the city going to eliminate altogether what that floor area ratio should be? And I'm hearing that it wouldn't even be a requirement anymore.
That's correct. Based on my understanding of the proposed zoning by the city, these provisions in the zoning bylaw will be eliminated as they are not in line with the provincial direction.
All right. Okay. Thank you for that. My other question then would be back to Ms. Murray on this. And Ms. Murray, I'm going to give her a chance to join us. So Ms. Murray, I'm looking specifically at page 3 of 5 in this report. And there's a statement that says the applicant must provide a design that ensures tree planting can be accommodated on the property, maximizing canopy cover where feasible. And this is under planning forestry comments, but I just want to understand what that means with regards to the design of the site. So when I look at this, I'm wondering, like, does this open the door to there being changes to the site plan as a result of looking at a redesign that ensures tree planting can be accommodated?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This statement references my condition to have a tree planting plan submitted for my review before the severance is fully approved, as there's many replacement or compensation trees that will be required for the site. So I want to make sure that canopy cover is able to be replaced on the site and have input on that landscape design.
So is it your expectation that there might actually be changes to the site plan as a result of that?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't anticipate changes to the site plan as a result.
Right, I'm just a little bit worried about the wording then, that, you know, providing a design that ensures, it just makes it look like we're possibly playing after the fact with the site plan, after the committee has had a chance to have a look at it. Okay, so that clarifies that for me. And I think maybe that was the end of my questions on the report. So with that then, Member Lécuyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just looking over some of the comments received, I guess my question would be to the applicant on, you know, we have to look at the test of whether this is in the public's interest. And there was some question raised about the height of the building, given what the current neighborhood looks like with a lot of bungalows. Yes, it's zoned for R4UC, but I'm just curious about some of the concerns that were raised. I'm not sure if you saw them, but if you have any commentary on that.
Yes, Madam Chair, through you. Thank you for the question. The zoning, it fits all of the requirements in terms of the setbacks and height limits are respected with the building. The client chose to go with a peaked roof and to go without garages so as to actually maximize the soft landscape area. So the benefit that we have right now, just to address the issue around trees, is that we actually have more than the percentage requirements in terms of soft landscaping in the front yards of the property, so that we can do the kind of street trees that the city would really appreciate. So the city tends to want to have trees that are on the boulevard, not on the property, because then they become city property, which is, they have a little more control over. In terms of the buildings around, they are mostly story and a half. So they are post-war buildings, story and a half in terms of size. We did do the roof slope from front to back, so as to keep the roof slope with the permitted height. The eave height is as low as it could be for that building. The interior heights of the units are all only 8 feet, so not 9-foot ceilings or anything like that. So the building has been kept to the height, the least height that it could. They are kind of unique buildings because all of the units as well have individual entrances at the street. So that's one of the reasons why when we take a look at Bill 23 and the 3 units and why we're here with those minor variance requests, is that we have on each townhouse 3 doors on the street, 2 facing the street and 1 at right angles to the street. But we create a little sort of an alcove so that the neighbors get to meet each other as part of that process. And you also note on the site plan that the walkways are placed adjacent to each other as well. So again, to deal with things like snow removal and other things like that. And the last thing in terms of the parking issues that some have come up with is, of course, we do now have street parking in front of all of those units, and there is no parking taking away. And I'm a big advocate of if we're going to use our roads and our right of way as effectively as possible, when we have parking spaces, we shouldn't interrupt it with driveways.
And just as a follow-up to that, I think privacy was also raised by the neighbor next door. And I think that's as a result of the loss of the trees. So I know that there's only so much that we can do sometimes, but can you speak a little bit to that? If I think they were suggesting or looking at design options. Is there something that can be explored or was explored and discussed?
Through you, Madam Chair, thank you for the question. The sides of the building have essentially just bedroom windows, but even then we generally don't even have a bedroom window. So we have small ventilation windows on the sides of the building, if you look at the elevations, and they are functionally closer to the street than to the backyard. And so we didn't do any corner windows in the back of the property so that there would not be that typical overlook that you would see from that. The bedrooms are at the back of the units, and the living spaces are to the front. And as you notice, there's also balconies to the front, so as to provide some animation to the street side. So I think that's the way we've addressed those concerns.
Okay, thank you.
Other members? And just to follow up on that more generally then, Mr. Acacia, in the consultation, just tell me very briefly what kind of consultation you undertook with the neighborhood as part of this. I was looking in your report, it's not on your report, but if you can give us that overview.
Madam Chair, thank you for the question. In this one, I do a flyer drop to the neighborhood. So I went and flyered the homes behind and on either side of the property to see if anybody would contact us. And we also contacted the councillor and contacted the community association. As you can see, it's rather unfortunate sometimes because I only got the community association report a day ago. I'm not sure as to how to deal with, and this actually came up in 240 Blackburn as well. I mean, I get a report this morning, for example, a comment this morning or yesterday. We try to notify everybody directly. We don't rely on the city to notify. We notify people directly, and because we prefer them to call us than to call you. So that's what we do. We offer to have public meetings if people want to have them. We weren't taken up here. We weren't taken up on the one at Blackburn either.
All right, thank you for that. Okay, so if there's no further questions, we're going to go to the public hearing portion. We've got a number of speakers. I believe they're all remote, however. So Mr. Harry Lee, Marcel Leroy, Robert Lepensé, and we'll take them in that order.
Through you, Madam Chair, Mr. Lee does not appear to be present.
All right, so do we have Mr. Roy? All right, let's go for let's go for the last one, Mr. Lepensé.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, perfect. Okay, thank you. Okay, so yes, Mr. Lee informed me because he's actually the direct neighbor of this property and of what's going on. So basically, my major concern is that in this neighborhood, all our properties are only 50 by 85 feet deep. So they're not very big properties. So they originally were R3s, and then they are now R4s. So in R3s, what they did in the past is that they build these square boxes, basically, with 3 floors above grade, with a basement, full basement. And they said that there'd be 3 apartments in there. And what they did is actually include a basement apartment. So therefore there were 4 units in them. So they actually kind of cheated by doing such a thing. In this case, there's 3 townhomes with 2 extra units. That makes 9 units above ground, plus basements, which could be converted probably into other apartments, which makes 12 apartments into this one complex, which is basically, I'd say, a rooming house type thing. Because think about the size of these houses. There's going to be 19 feet wide, 3 stories high with a basement, and each one having a unit inside. So that is a lot of people living in a small space. And also it's like an R12. Like, I mean, really, when you think about it. So it's designated R4, and now you have 12 units in there, possibly. So if I was a developer in good faith, first of all, I'd put basement apartments and 2 apartments above each one. That means at least you're going to be committed to the 9 and not sneak in 3 more later on, because that happened in the past here. And it's guaranteed it's going to happen here. It's guaranteed. You just know it's going to happen. And for the forestry one, yes, this is actually a hugely treed lot. So of course, everybody's concerned about the trees that are going to be chopped down. They just did one here at 271 Queen Mary. And basically what happened there is that they just cleared out the whole lot. So, and then they built a duplex, which is not even supposed to be what was supposed to be there, that the city proposed. And I never even got the update on that one. So it's really bad communication. So for this guy to say that, yes, okay, we talked to the neighbors. Yeah, great. We talked to the direct neighbor, the back neighbor. I only found out through talking to people. So I appreciate at least a little bit of effort on your part. I just live down the street from there. So having this monstrosity, like it is going to be a monstrosity of a house, especially with the pitched roof, even though you're saying the floor plan is like 8-foot ceilings and everything else, and reducing the height, it's still going to be humongous compared to anything around here. And, you know, I'm sorry, but I mean, way too many units in a small space, plus a possibility of 3 more units. So that means 12 units. And where are all the cars going to go? And also, basically, again, the city also put in no curb cuts. So there's only 1 curb cut there. So where are you going to put the cars? Like, I mean, if you're thinking of having 3 at least in front of each house with your staircases, like the design is just not there. Like, I'm an architect and I know what I'm talking about. So this is just like, it's absolutely ridiculous. And I'm really saddened that Mr. Lee couldn't make it. But again, there was a fire alarm earlier in this one. I stuck around for this. I really mean to be here for this. You need to listen to this. This is really bad. This is bad for our neighborhood. Like 9 units, 9, possibly 12. I'm sorry, but I can't accept this. Like, this is just awful. Anyways, that's all I have to. Oh, wait a second. Yeah, I did the curb cut thing too. Yeah. So again, and I don't understand the whole curb cut thing, because there's a couple of houses down the street that you didn't allow it to happen. And the cars, they're wrecking themselves going over the curbs. So like, I mean, if you're going to actually design a house that actually could put parking in front, at least allow them to have the curb, please. Like, I mean, that's just, it was silly. There was one on Prince Albert that was like that. I'm just saying. But anyways, that's just me saying things that I noticed in the neighborhood. And I think that's all I have to say on that one. If you have any questions, please ask me.
Well, we're going to go next. So are there any questions for our speaker from the members of the panel? Okay. So you raised a number of things. I just want to put a few things, or address a few things to be sure that we are, clear with what we're dealing with. So, Mr. Acacia, you've heard the The concern that there could be more than 9 units, can you explain how that is possible or is not possible?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, it's not possible for 2 reasons. Under the OBC, under the Ontario Building Code, the design of the building is such that there's a basement suite, a 1-bedroom, a main floor suite, a 1-bedroom, and then a 3 or 4-bedroom 2nd and 3rd floor unit. So there are only 3 entrances into the building. There's no, the 2nd floor unit and the 2nd and 3rd floor would require another exit. And so there's no way of doing that, on top of the fact that the bedrooms are up and the living spaces are on the 2nd floor. So this building is simply a 3-unit townhouse. It's actually a dwelling unit with a primary dwelling unit and 2 secondary dwelling units.
Just to confirm then, the units on the 2nd and 3rd floor would have 1 kitchen, for example, so plumbing just to the 1 kitchen. There would be no opportunity to, in fact, make the change later on based on that?
Well, I mean, I'm not going to say never, because the fire separation, for example, between the 2nd and 3rd floor would have to be changed. The plumbing would have to be changed. The kitchen would have to be added. The interesting thing about the design of the units is that we do have that mix of 1 and multiple bedroom units, again, in a location that's reasonably accessible. We're not too far from Sandy Hill area. There is a convenience store across the street, which probably will get redeveloped at some point in time. My hope is that we would see many of these kinds of buildings being built on these kinds of streets because they would then become very vibrant streets. There's a reasonably sized boulevard. There's lots of potential green space. And as we move along with better transit and other bicycle network, more and more people are going to want to be able to have a place where they don't have the encumbrance of a vehicle.
All right, and just one more question then on the, so Mr. Lepasi raised some issues with regards to the fit of this particular development next to what I'm understanding is very low rise. So can you just give us your thoughts on that?
Well, again, we've designed the building not to be a flat roof, square box building. We've got porches at the front at the ground level and the 1st floor, 2nd floor level, and the 3rd floor level. So there's a very strong animation of the front of the building. The living spaces all face onto the street. The massing of the building is significantly larger than the 1.5-story buildings that are inherent in this zone, but it is zoned R4, and R4 allows for low-rise apartment buildings. And my sense of things, and this is a little bit about a hobby horse of mine, I guess, I'm looking to see properties developed that allow for people to buy, live, and rent. And so instead of a low-rise apartment building here that could have been built, you have 3 townhouses with somebody being able to do a live and rent or just rent as a small landlord. And that's the benefit of this type of building. I don't know if you know, there's a big demand in the city for triplexes by the real estate agents. They're hard to find because they are that type of building, and we don't get enough of them. And so where I'm able to encourage clients to move in that direction, I do want to there's something else that was mentioned. No, I just slipped away. I apologize.
All right, if it comes back, you can address it. So, all right, if there's no other questions then for Mr. Lepasi, I'm going to make a call out more generally. Is there anyone in the audience or anyone online who would like to speak to this application either for or against? Okay, not seeing anybody come forward. With that, I'm just looking at the conditions. So you've had a chance to review the conditions?
Yes.
Good with all of those?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Perfect, perfect. Okay. Well, if there's no other comments or questions from the panel members, then I'm going to give you a couple of minutes to wrap up. Go ahead.
Sorry.
Just a minute, Member Coakley, do you have another question?
Yes, I just wanted to pick up on something that the presenter made, and this may be the item that the applicant forgot. The issue of curb cuts and parking. As I understand, and maybe I'm maybe I've misunderstood all of this. As I understand, at the moment there is a curb cut, but what you are proposing is that once these 3 units have been built, there would be no curb cut in front of any of them, and as a result, providing parking is allowed, there would be the possibility to park, I suppose, as many as 3, possibly even 4 cars, one after the other, in front of this building. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, yes, that's correct. The curb will probably be replaced in its entirety when the services are done to the property. So that curb cut will definitely disappear, on top of the fact that generally in the building permit stage, other aspects of the zoning bylaw with regards to bollards and other things like that will probably have to be addressed so as to ensure that no parking takes place on the front yard. And I just also wanted to mention with regards to the lot area, there is a closed lane at the rear of the property that is not included, obviously, in our calculations, but generally on other sites, we have included half of that closed lane as part of the property. So the lot depth there is actually significantly deeper than what is shown on the site plan because of that closed lane. That was the thing I was missing, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. Anyway, if that's it, then I'll hand it back to Mr. Yelkotsi to finish up. All right, 2 minutes. Go ahead, please.
Yes, Madam Chair. Speaking to the 4 tests, the building complies with all of the setback requirements and zoning requirements. There is a minor variance requested for lot area as a result of partially the open lane or the closed lane at the back, and the layout of the buildings as such to permit each of the townhouses to be identical sized instead of each of the lots being identical sized. So from the perspective of adverse impact, this property meets with the requirements of the zoning bylaw. And yes, it is one of the first buildings that will go into this area, but given the zoning, we can anticipate many more. And I'm hoping that we encourage a townhouse style development here instead of a low-rise apartment style development. In terms of the zoning, again, townhouses are permitted use. In terms of the official plan, again, gentle intensification in this circumstance, a little bit more from the perspective of in comparison to what the zoning permits rather than what the existing buildings are like, that will likely change over time. So this is not, the area is actually a neighborhood as part of the official plan. And so, but very close to an evolving neighborhood. So you will see evolution. And I would imagine that we're going to see some changes in the zoning bylaw. And lastly, the provincial, it's being developed within the urban area. In terms of the consent to sever, existing services are there. It doesn't require a subdivision under the Planning Act, a plan of subdivision, excuse me, because there are no new public works being created as part of the part of this severance of this property. That's all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you, Mr. Yelkotsi. So I think we're going to reserve. That's been our trend today. So with that, you'll get the decision in about 10 days' time. So thank you for that. All right, so moving on, then I think I'm going to call down number 11, 626 Tweedsmuir. So Ms. McQuaig, if you could could rejoin us. All right, so just looking at, we've got the sign posting declaration. I'm looking to see, all right, I don't see anything that we need to do from a housekeeping standpoint. There's been a little bit of history on this one based on the paperwork I have. So no presentation, but if you might just walk us through sort of the evolution of this, the chronology of what's been happening, and then we'll open it up to questions.
Madam Chair, I'm not sure I fully understand the history that you're referring to.
Just in terms of the adjournments and the reason why. So, so I think, was it just the initial one because of your unavailability?
That's correct. I was in an OLT hearing that day. That was the only reason for the adjournment.
Okay, well then skip that. We're going to go straight to questions then from the members of the committee. So does anyone have anything that they would like to raise? Yes, member, they could.
Yes, my question to the agent, I'm looking at some of the concerns were raised both by the city and and neighbors about the walkway and driveway widths concerns. Can you speak to that, please?
Yes, so through you, Madam's Chair, the request for those variances for the connected walkway is to allow both surfaces to be heated for easier winter maintenance for the applicants, and positioning the walkway attached to the driveway will also maintain a larger proportion of aggregate landscaping without breaking it up. Further, the applicant is amenable to a reduced curb cut that would apply only to the asphalt overlay to protect curb area for on-street parking should that be desired. But it was primarily to support that easier winter maintenance activity so that they could heat both surfaces, because it's not financially feasible to heat the separated services. They'd have to bring in 2 lines of electrical, and its maintenance purposes could be a headache as well under that setup. And so that was the purpose for the request for the variances. I can also kind of summarize my review of the 4 tests for all the variances if you want. And we also have slides that demonstrate that there is the existing character for both front-facing garages as well as connected walkways.
The members like that presentation? All right, let's bring the presentation up and let's have a look.
Given the panel's direction to sort of condense my summary, if I can take you to, it should be my updated presentation, I believe. I can take you to slide 6. Nope, should be, go back one, please. So these are examples of existing front-facing garages in and around the neighborhood, and some of them with the green dots also include either the paver strip along the side of the driveway and or connected walkways. And if I can also take you to slide 10, which should be the map. And so highlighted in yellow are all the instances sort of within an overall radius, about 200-meter radius of the existing front-facing garages that exist today, as well as some that have been recently approved and under construction. And then the subject's property is right there in the middle, outlined in a black dotted line. And I will just walk you quickly through the review of the 4 tests. The first test is whether the variances are minor. With regards to variance A for the front-facing garage, there are existing examples of front-facing garages in the neighborhood as demonstrated in the material submitted. And as a result of granting the variance, it would not change the character group of the immediate context either. It will remove vehicles and waste storage from having a visual presence towards the streetscape. With regards to variances B and C, the resulting design still maintains the character of a single driveway and does not create a legal parking space as a result of the connected walkway. For that reason, the variance is minor. We also note that the lot width is sufficient that a double driveway would be permitted as a hardscape component should the character group have allowed for that. So it wasn't a matter of the lot width not being big enough. The single driveway requirement was a function of the streetscape component analysis. With regard to whether the variances meet the intent and purpose of the official plan, the intent of the OP as it relates to the requested variances is met as only functionally necessary parking options are provided via the front-facing garage. And as the homeowner's vehicle is electric, the variance further supports the environmental directions both provincially and municipally. I note that they've specifically mentioned to me that their battery suffers in the winter and they don't get the range that they typically should. So that was one of the main reasons why they wanted the front-facing garage as well. Lastly, the connected walkway does not create a legal second parking space, and it does support the heating of the two hard surfaces to support various life cycle components and easier winter maintenance, all without negatively impacting the aggregate provision of landscaping. And shifting the walkway would actually reduce the aggregate area of landscaping and soil volume. So per my review, the intent is met from the official plan. And with regards to whether the variances meet the intent and purpose of the zoning, it is the intent of the zoning with regards to character group is generally to support good design and to ensure that design does not significantly detract from the existing neighborhood context. We submit that it does not negatively impact the neighborhood character, and there are evidences of both single driveways with paver strips and connected walkways, as well as front-facing garages. And so the character is maintained in the neighborhood, and we still prioritize landscaping as there are no other variances requested to either landscaping or setbacks to the building itself. The intent of the relevant zoning provisions are met, given that there's no requested variances to the landscaping. As noted, the asphalt portion of the driveway is maintained at 3 meters, and therefore the single driveway character as presented is met. The pavers flanking the driveway are a design characteristic and only about 1.5 feet and do not create a double driveway character. Lastly, the connected walkway doesn't create a legal parking space. The connected walkway supports OP policies that are geared towards supporting residents at different stages of life and benefit from easier property maintenance and safety. With regards to whether the variances are desirable and appropriate for the development of the site, the proposal results in a permitted detached dwelling that complies with all building and landscaping setbacks. The site design offers the character of a single driveway and a site design that supports heating of both the driveway and the walkway to facilitate easier winter maintenance, and consolidates the area of soft landscaping, which means more soil volume for the proposed tree. And it will serve the homeowners at various stages of their life cycle and allow them to park and charge their electric vehicles indoors. The proposed design character is already present in the neighborhood as demonstrated, and the variances, per my review, are desirable and appropriate for the development of the land. And so I consider that all 3 variances meet the 4 tests as required under the Planning Act.
All right, thank you, Ms. McQuaid, for that quick overview, which is great. So I see Member Coakley has a question, so over to you.
Yeah, a question and then perhaps a comment as well. So my question, and you may actually have just answered it in the last couple of seconds. You said that the owners have an electric vehicle that they don't get as much kilometrage out of in the winter as they would like or as they need, and therefore they wanted a front-facing garage. Can you just elaborate on how on the logic there? And then my comment, rather than split this up into 2, I'll admit to a sort of, perhaps I'm speaking out of both sides of my mouth here. I do have a heated driveway, but that being said, I'm not entirely sure, given climate conditions and things like that, that encouraging extra and arguably unnecessary energy use when heating driveways as opposed to people using shovels is necessarily something that we really want to promote. But again, I will acknowledge I have a heated driveway, so it's easy for me to say that.
All right, so Ms. McQuaig, did you want to answer the first part of that?
Correct. So to the first point with regards to the front-facing garage, the front-facing garage is then connected to the building in terms of the electrical connection as well. And because it's included, it can be heated, which will allow the battery to maintain its charge and therefore have that suitable range that it should have. We've seen this with a number of clients who have electric vehicles. They typically need that sort of heated indoor environment to ensure they get the sufficient range out of their batteries during the colder months. And with regards to the heated driveway for easier maintenance, certainly heating the driveway there, there is that energy that's being used. On the flip side, we also have to consider the OP directions with regards to the cross-cutting issues in the official plan to support accessibility. And just as someone who was pregnant in the middle of winter, it was physically impossible for me to either use a snowblower or a shovel or clear off my car. So there's those tricky things that I think need to be considered too as people age or have larger families and have double wide strollers and all of these considerations. I think from a planning perspective, we need to see it from sort of all angles. And, they're having an electric vehicle as opposed to a gas vehicle, but then also looking for that easier winter maintenance. So it's a balance.
All right, thank you. Does that answer your questions, Member Quickly? Okay. It's interesting, the comments that you just made, because there may be a balance that has to be struck between objectives for climate change reduction and what we want from a planning standpoint and intensification. So don't know where the city is on that. Don't know whether there's an actual conflict with it, but because that's, to me, is an engineering kind of issue that they're going to have to figure out, but we haven't had that kind of direction yet provided to us as to, what we should be considering one way or the other than what's with the zoning bylaw right now. All right. So Member Dickey, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to follow up on variance, I believe B, on the driveway width. I've just was reminded, looking here at my notes, about the difference in the planning's comments had 5.17 as width, and they were concerned of that additional width becoming a secondary parking spot or double parking versus the application, which was 3.97. So my question for Ms. Linker of where does 3.97 and 5.17 presume everyone's good at math, and it's just can you explain that for me, how it works?
Yes, thank you for the question. Staff measured the greater number due to so I think that the original request was for the amount of asphalt in that width of the driveway that Ms. McQuaig is referring to. Staff's review of the application is that since the soft landscape buffer between the walkway and the driveway is supposed to ensure that the walkway won't be used for driving and parking purposes, that the walkway actually acts as an extension of the driveway. So staff included that additional walkway width in our calculation of the width of the driveway. And that's, we didn't expect Ms. McQuaig to include that in the application as the width of the driveway. We'd just like to note that as a technical point.
Okay. So that was going to be my question too. But so Ms. McQuaig, though, I just need your confirmation, because I found the comment in staff's report very compelling. So it talks about that 5.17 actually being 1/3 of the width of the front yard. And it was interesting because in one of the examples that you gave, in fact, in a number of the pictures that we saw, we see that where there's literally this small strip of vegetation and the rest is pretty much paved surface going right up to the front door and then all of the driveway. So would you say that that would be a fair characterization of what ultimately will be the appearance? Forget the function of whether they'll actually use the walkway for a driveway or not, but just visually, is that fair to say that we'll have 1/3 of the front of that lot look like essentially paved surface?
I don't have the calculation in front of me with regards to it being exactly 1/3, which I could easily do. But yes, the hardscape is continuous for the purpose of heating those surfaces. But yes, they are continuous. There's soft landscaping on the sort of interior side to the north. And then there's the driveway with the pavers on either side, the walkway, which is connected to it. So it is the continuous hardscape. And then it's the soft landscaping further to the north that, to the north that would that meets the aggregate landscaping requirements.
Okay, looks just based on this easily to be a third, if not, in fact, more at the end of the day. Okay, and can you just walk me through again, your part of your argument to combine the two is because of the cost of feeding electrical conduits to have both of them have a heated surface. Can you walk me through that again?
Correct. So the purpose is to both heat the surfaces as well as to the heated surfaces would allow easier winter maintenance, and then connecting the two also allow easier functionality and accessibility if you're unloading in the driveway and then you have that extra space to move up to the front of your home.
Okay, but if you had a landscape strip in the middle, I mean, other than that convenience that you just described from a installation cost and convenience standpoint from that perspective, not really much difference, or what is the difference?
The actual cost, I don't have the details of that cost in front of me. I was told that it would be, quite a lot of extra to establish those separate electrical conduits. And there's also concern with the maintenance of the 0.6 meter strip that may get, run over, shoveled over, or what have you. And it's difficult for vegetation sometimes to be maintained in that area when contractors come in to do a driveway, to do the driveway and to do the walkway. They put in the sort of, gravel and stuff underneath through the whole thing. And then you end up with sort of like very minimal soil volume in that landscape strip. And so it's really hard to maintain plant matter in that area. And so I don't see the overall benefit to having that there when the cost to then heat is extra, and we lose the ability to address sort of the concerns that we're looking to hopefully tackle in the scenarios to just allow that easier accessibility and maintenance.
All right, so I think what I'm hearing from you is that that's landscape buffer, in fact, in any context, is difficult to actually implement and manage.
Correct.
Okay, all right, thank you. Those are my questions. Member Coakley.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just picking up on that. Maybe I should know the answer to this, but it doesn't spring to mind immediately. Was any consideration given to either narrowing the size of the walkway or indeed narrowing the size of the driveway such that the combination of the two, assuming there is no strip between them, that the combination of the two was perhaps a more reasonable 3.5 meters as opposed to 5 meters, and took up perhaps no more than 20 to 25% of the front of the space, as opposed to what does admittedly appear to be about a third?
So there was consideration. Walkways, I believe the minimum you would want to potentially do is 0.9 meters. And that's generally what I've seen on some plans as well. But, if you're unloading or you have a double stroller or you have someone in a wheelchair or, some sort of assisted device, whatever that may be, it's difficult to maneuver in sort of that reduced space. So that was sort of why 1.2 meters was used instead of a lesser dimension. If there is significant concern with the overall expansive hardscape, I don't see that the applicants would be, they could make some reductions to it. I don't know if the minor reductions would have any immeasurable benefit from a streetscape character. I will note that the amount of hardscape, as I noted, for this lot width, a double driveway could have been permitted. So just in terms of the hardscape versus softscape, that could have been permitted had the character grouping allowed more than a single driveway. And so the point is that the single driveway as a character is maintained. The asphalt portion of the driveway is that single character, and then you have your walkway. So in terms of the hardscape versus landscaping, the amount of hardscape, that isn't necessarily the issue when discussing the intent and purpose of the provision. It ties back to a single driveway being permitted only because of the streetscape character grouping of a single driveway in the area.
All right, thank you. Does that answer your question? Okay, Member Lecuyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just further on this point about alternative design options, can you put that picture up for me, please? I'm a visual person, so sometimes it's very helpful for me to. So in terms of options, what would be, in terms of like that driveway width, you know, the 3 meters is what's required. You know, there's conversation about 5.17. So this to me right now is kind of an area where I'm trying to consider everything together. I definitely appreciate the accessibility, the strollers. I live that life as well as a mom. But I am a bit concerned of the amount of hardly like together, seeing it as a whole. And so are there other design options that were considered, or it's like, if you had to live without something, which one would it be? May I respond? So through you, Madam Chair, the design options that could be adjusted would be potentially the remover of those sort of paver strips that buffer the driveway, or a reduction in the walkway. I don't typically recommend reduction of the walkways just because I've had to deal with that in situations. My aunt's in a wheelchair. I've seen my relatives, you know, try and maneuver her around, and having that little bit of extra space really is quite nice. If we shift the walkway over to break up the hardscape, we have a strip of landscaping that's difficult to maintain, may not always look the best. And then you reduce the amount of aggregate landscaping that's on the other side, that's the primary lawn, which would then also reduce the soil volume related to it. And so I don't see the benefit for the gain that we're getting. And I think the intent is maintained because that single driveway presentation is still there.
Thank you. All right, any other questions from our members? Okay, I'm going to go to the public portion. We've got, if I recall, do we have, yes, I think we have somebody that's on our list, Mr. Gray.
Long day.
Good afternoon. Yes, it is. So do you know how to work the microphone?
Yep.
Okay.
So I am here today representing the Westboro Community Association. And we're here because we want to support the city planner in this application because we think she's pretty much hit the nail on the head. There is one thing that, as an association, particularly in this area, we don't really have an issue with the front-facing garage because we've done a lot of applications in this general area, and we're supportive of it. And from the city's view, it's just the numbers. So I think if the city looked at it from, and this is the way we look at it, we also include applications that have been approved. So we know there's a number in that area. Just recently, single garages that have been approved. So we think that the balance is either tipped on the side of having a front-facing garage, or it's very, very close. So that's not an issue to us. The issue is that people are using this as a double garage, a double driveway. Okay, and I saw this over and over again, and I actually took some pictures of one of the homes that they referenced in their application, and as an example of how you can have a driveway and a sidewalk beside it, and there's 2 cars parked there side by side. So and it is happening, and as the association is hearing or is concerned about, is that we want to kind of put a stop to that, because I can appreciate that this 0.6 meter strip may not look that great, but so does 2 cars parked in a driveway when it's just supposed to be a single driveway and it's a single garage. So that that is our concern. You know, that we know the city has brought this bylaw in for this strip, and that is to prevent, you know, what is happening. And so when we talked about it as a group, we thought, well, you know, and we understand the accessibility issue, and we do realize that, but we want to prevent people from parking 2 cars on a single driveway. And one of the things that we thought about was, well, could there be a curb put in, you know, even part way up the you know, to separate the sidewalk from the driveway, and that would prevent you know, somebody from, you know, they'd have to drive over that curb in their driveway, and that would stop that. So it not necessarily would have to go the full length of the driveway, you know, just part way up. So the area around, you know, where the sidewalk would leave into, you know, go into the home, you know, turn and go into the home, it would be barrier free. And that's what we think is a compromise. I mean, the reaction that I got from my, you know, members, not my members, but the other members of the group, when I said, oh, well, they want it because they think they need a heated driveway. Well, that didn't go over very well, because, you know, they're concerned about, you know, trees, green space, and how the streets are changing, you know, and we talk a lot about streetscape, and this is one of the things that we're now getting more and more concerned about. We're supposed to be moving away from, you know, a car-centric community, and we're not against cars, that's for sure. I mean, people have to drive cars, we understand that, but we don't want them to become dominant. Okay, and so I just want to say one last thing. You can have a double driveway on this lot, but you got to have a double garage to go with it. I believe that's the bylaw. And so when I mentioned that to the group, they said, well, you know, are we getting, because we're agreeing with people or having a single car garage because of different, you know, we got to put their bikes in there and, you know, so on and so forth. Are we getting taken advantage of because they want a single, we're saying okay to the single garage, but now they're sneaking a double driveway in. And so that's really the concern that the Westbrook Community Association has, trying to keep that streetscape in you know, under control.
All right, thank you very much for your comments, Mr. Gray. Are there any questions for Mr. Gray, the panel members? Okay. All right, I think you echoed in a lot of ways the concerns that staff indicated in their reports, so thanks for that. Okay, there was a suggestion for a curb down the middle of the walkway versus the driveway. Just quickly, your thoughts on that?
My thoughts on that, the first thing I would have be concerned about is it creating an inadvertent tripping hazard, or it being, you know, run over by a snowplow or bumped into or what have you. And if it is just a curb, it might not be as visibly obvious on the site. So I think there may be some headaches with that, though I can appreciate the desire to sort of ensure that illegal parking doesn't occur. I don't want to, you know, prevent something that makes sense for, you know, residents at whatever various stages of their life for the purposes of preventing something that is illegal through bylaw services and can be controlled through bylaw services. To a certain extent, one of my neighbors in Nepean parks directly on his front lawn, and we've seen people that park in various illegal fashions, either in front of their property or on walkways or not. I don't want that to be a reason for not moving something forward that makes a lot of sense in a lot of respects and does support existing policies in the official plan. And so if there is to be illegal parking, that can be addressed through bylaw services, as it should be.
Okay, good point. Good point, Ms. McQuaig. So I'm going to go to more questions. So I'm not sure which order it went up. Was it yourself or was it Member Coakley? Member Coakley, you go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Again, on this sort of thorny issue of driveways, the width thereof, and what, if anything, is there that can be done about it? Perhaps a question to Ms. Linker: is there a way, from her perspective, under the bylaw, where either narrowing the driveway, the driveway portion, narrowing the walkway portion, combining the driveway and the walkway into a single unit that meets the concerns that she has? Is there a way that this could be accommodated, or is this a fundamental, it's either this way, in which case it requires a variance, or there is no alternative?
So let's give Ms. Linker a chance to answer that. Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much for the question. The subject site is permitted a single wide driveway. In this lot size, that maximum of a driveway width can be 3 meters. However, the minimum of the driveway width can be as low as 2.6 meters. There is no requirement for a walkway to the house. The driveway can be used as a walkway for this type of dwelling.
Thank you very much for that clarification. Okay.
All right, thank you. Member Dickey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I can't believe we're spending all this time on driveway width and math, but I am curious on, I'm not asking you to modify your application on the fly, but I'm just curious of, looking at the minor test and that 3 meters and the 3.97, and for sake of easy math, let's just round up to 4. That's 25%, not with counting planning's comments on that area as well. And so was there discussion with your client on how wide to go? Like when you made the design plan here, you talked about, car seats and strollers, and part of that, are you set on this 3.97, or because if this minor variance is not granted, you would be back at 3. But if you were to revise, I'm not asking you to, but just again, I'm sure you went through all these options in your head before you submitted your application. So I'm just curious of how you landed where you landed and what else you considered. My apologies. So through you, Madam Chair, this design was set based on the needs of the homeowners. They are, I believe, available online if they wanted to speak to whether they'd be comfortable with a reduction of the 3 meter portion to, I know the minimum is 2.6. My understanding is that, the connected walkway is still very much a functional necessity for the reasons that I've already spoken to. It would be Alan Gotting and Heather Gotting if they are available on Zoom to speak to whether they'd be comfortable with a reduction of the 3 meter asphalt portion of the driveway. And I'll be like Mr. Member Coakley, unsure if that's actually an appropriate question for me to ask. I'm a new member, but it was just a curiosity of mine of, as we consider the minor, is this minor?
So I guess the question is, are we specifically asking the applicant to consider a reduction to possibly 2.6? Because if that's the case, then we have to bring in the landowners because the agent doesn't have that authority. So are you looking for us to go there?
I would still submit that the variance is in fact minor, as it still presents as a single driveway, and the aggregate landscaping requirements and other landscaping requirements are still fully met and exceeded.
All right, so Member Lecky, what would you like to do?
Now I'm not so sure. Yeah, I was just, I guess, curious of the flexibility in the case that if it is denied here, that leaves you back at 3.0. And if you'd be satisfied with that versus if it would be modified on the fly or whatever options are available to us to take a moment, take a break, go back, whatever. I don't know what the options are, but I just thought I'd put that out there before we spend any more time on that.
All right, Member Coakley. Oh, are you no longer able to hear us?
Yes, I missed the last minute or two, I'm afraid. I'm not sure what happened. The image froze and then the sound went for.
So we're trying to explore at this point, Member Coakley, whether or not we dive into a discussion about amending on the floor the site plan application to reduce the driveway width. All right, so I'm going to recommend that we not do that. So, and what we heard from our agent is that she stands by the variance being minor, and for that reason, that's what we should be considering. So let's leave that that way. Now, I didn't finish the public portion, I don't believe, of this. We had Mr. Gray come down, and we've had a lot of discussion, but is there anyone else in the audience or online who would like to speak to this application? Okay, not seeing anyone come forward. And with that, there are no conditions to talk about. Ms. Linker, anything else that you would like to add based on some of the discussion you've heard today?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In addition to the comments already raised, I guess staff's concern is about the cumulative impact of the variances for enhancing the dominance of the automobile on the streetscape and rendering that principal entrance of less importance than the car storage in neighborhoods where housing was predominantly built prior to the mass commercialization of the automobile. And in addition, the walkway attached to the driveway where the walkway isn't required and the driveway is allowed to be up to or as low as 2.6 meters wide is, I guess, increasing its impact on the public realm, whereas the intent of the zoning bylaw and official plan is to reduce these impacts in these types of neighborhoods.
All right, thank you for that summary, Ms. Linker. Okay, with that, over to you, Ms. McQuaig, for final comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in our review of the neighborhood and the 4 tests, it was our submission that all the 4 tests for all 3 variances have been met. There is many examples of existing character such as this in the neighborhood. We also submit that the total amount of hardscape is less than a double driveway, which could be permitted had the character allowed for it on a lot width of this size. The aggregate landscaping is met. There are no other variances requested to permit the development, and it facilitates easier maintenance of this property, as well as situating all of the landscaping together as opposed to breaking it up. There are a number of reasons that we've detailed in our presentation and our submitted materials to support this. I consider it to be good land use planning. I do believe it meets all the 4 tests, and there is examples of this existing character in the neighborhood. So based on those reasons, I would submit this as good planning and should be approved. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So I'm going to take a guess that we're reserving. I think all of our members would prefer that. We've had a lot
as much.
I beg your pardon?
I expected as much.
Oh, okay, good. All right, so you know you'll get the decision in writing in due time and within the 10 days. All right, thank you so much. Okay. All right, I just want to keep up with this. So I believe we are now at we've got number 8. I'm just looking at this first. So, you know, I think we're going to go to items 10, 11, and 12 with Mr. Crapper. Good afternoon. All right, let's see, where is it? Sometimes the battery runs out.
There we go.
There it is.
Good afternoon.
All right. So Mr. Cropper, we had a lot of discussion last time. And I think where we landed on this was we needed to get some advice from our legal services to see first off, whether or not we even needed to deal with the application.
Right.
So I think the answer we received is that in fact, from their perspective, the application for consent lapsed. So it has lapsed. So we do have to deal with it as part of this. Have you seen that? Have you seen that response from our legal services?
Are you talking about that pithy, in-depth three-liner from Mr. Timothy Mark?
And I would believe that was his submission. Yes.
I take profound issue with it, and but I understand what they've said. I take profound issue with it, and since we last met, and on further examination and consideration, I have a second point to make about all of this that I'd like to get to at some point, but I don't want to take over your meeting like I did last time.
So so do raise that second point with us, because I think, yeah, do raise that second point so we can get it on the record.
May I get it? Matt, pull up the second of the two slides that I sent to you earlier today, please. And sorry, Madam Chair, for not addressing my question to him through you. I apologize. Sometimes things are glaringly obvious, and because of that, you miss them. And so I missed this, and I think the committee may have missed it as well. What you see in front of you is a quote from the initial variance decision on page 3. And it says, the committee therefore grants the provisional consent subject to the following conditions, which must be fulfilled. And you'll notice that the condition, it is the first condition, reads that the owner provide evidence that the accompanying minor variance application has been approved with all levels of appeal exhausted. In making that ruling, the committee made it a condition of acceptance that I file an appeal about the minor variances. Had I not done that, the consent would have lapsed. So Section 5319, as I explained last time, governs appeals around consents and decisions related to them, including conditions, and says that the applicant may appeal the decision of any condition imposed by the council or the minister, or appeal both the decision and the condition of the tribunal. So it says you can appeal a condition or the consent itself, or both. And Section 5341 goes on to say that if you haven't met those conditions within 2 years, you lapse, except in cases where there is an appeal under Section 191427, and the application for consent shall be deemed to shall not be deemed to refuse for failure to fulfill conditions until the expiry of 2 years from the date of the order of the tribunal. So the consent approval and the minor variance required to make the properties conform to the bylaws were not just legally and logically linked, as I argued last week. They were explicitly linked as the first condition of approval. The condition of approval said, thou shalt get approval for these minor variances, and if you don't get your consent. So without the successful approval, I couldn't do that. I couldn't get the consent. So the subject matter of the appeal dealt with minor variances, but the requirement to have an appeal dealt with the consent decision and a condition of gaining consent. The other thing that probably threw everybody is normally when somebody appeals a decision, they want it overturned. In this case, I had to appeal the decision to get it instated. So I was compelled to do that as a condition. So I argue that sections 5319, which gives me the right to that appeal, and section 5341, which deals with the clock running on that 2-year period, are perfectly applicable in this instance because the condition that I was seeking to address was a condition of the consent. Now, I know that's not what your legal counsel told you.
I just need a clarification, if I could, just quickly here. I just want to make sure that I'm understanding your reference. So under 5341, where you have it highlighted, but if there is an appeal under subsection 14, 19, or 27, the application for consent shall not be deemed to be refused for failure to fulfill the conditions until the expiry of the 2 years. So they're specifically referring to the lapsing of I guess, the lapsing of the application. Just want to make sure I understood that.
They're saying if you have filed an appeal on either a condition of the consent or the consent itself, the consent doesn't lapse until the tribunal hearing that appeal has rendered its judgment. So we filed the appeal with the Ontario Land Tribunal, and the Ontario Land Tribunal heard the case and rendered a decision on February 2nd of 2022. And so our reading of this, and you'll recall the agreement of 2 members of city staff, one from the planning department and one from the community adjustment, validated our interpretation, said the clock starts when that last decision is made by the final tribunal, because it was an appeal under that section of the Planning Act. So everything else, had we not appealed, we wouldn't have gotten our consent. Had we appealed and been refused, we wouldn't have got our consent. But we were required to appeal. We did. We were successful. And that set the clock running at that point on the consent, 2 years from that date. And that was the decision that we got from the planning department and from the staff committee of adjustment. So I think in going through all of what I did last week, I don't take any of that back, but I'm coming back here today with an argument that I have an even stronger case to make, that this was an explicit condition of the consent. It wasn't something that I thought was just legally and logically linked.
All right, so let's go to some questions, because I'm sure the members would like myself, more clarification. So member Lecuyer, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just if you could put that back up, Max, I just want to confirm, not that I don't believe you, but I never like when things are taken out of context and then presented to me and asked to just believe me. I'm just going to show you one sentence. So just so that I'm understanding this correctly.
Fill your boots. I mean, I've been through the act.
You're quoting. So you got 2 different decisions. You got in one document, or were there 2 different documents?
2 documents.
So this is from your consent document.
Correct.
Okay, that's all I need. Thank you.
All right, any other questions from the members on this? Yes, Member Coakley.
Not so much a question. Given that I was not able to attend the last meeting, either I'm afraid I will need more background to what the issue is, or I should recuse myself from this discussion because I was not at that meeting and consequently do not have the knowledge that the other members of the panel have. I'm kind of looking to you, Madam Chair, for direction.
Well, so Member Coakley, you are here and we would certainly like your input. I don't think there's a need to recuse yourself in this case. So I think I would prefer to give Mr. Crapper an opportunity to give you a very quick overview, because we spent, I'm sure, well over an hour on the discussion, and I don't want to go there today. It's already, I don't know what time it is, but I'm assuming it's Almost 5 o'clock. So we've been at this for 4 hours already. So Mr. Cropper, if I can give you like maybe 5 minutes to summarize.
I don't think I need it, but I hear you. Right. Through you, Madam Chair. Well, first of all, I summarized all of this in a written post brief, we'll call it. But essentially, I applied for and received a conditional consent to sever a piece of property 2 years ago. And according to the Planning Act, if severances aren't, conditions on severances aren't fulfilled to the satisfaction of the city and so on, then the consent lapses. So I went, I appealed to the Ontario Land Tribunal because in order to bring the severance into conformity, the 2 lots that were severed into conformity with the existing bylaws, we had to apply for 6 minor variances at the same time. 4 of those minor variances were approved. 2 of them were not. So we appealed to the Ontario Land Tribunal on those 2. The Ontario Land Tribunal heard the case and rendered its decision in favor of our request for those 2 variances. So now we're sitting in a situation where we have a conditional approval and approval for the 6 variances needed to affect conformity with the bylaws. But time was running out. COVID was happening. I had a number of contractors to get in touch with and get things done in order to meet the decisions, et cetera, et cetera. Time was running out. I sent a note off to the planning committee member who I'd been working with on all of this and said, I'm afraid I'm going to run out of time. Am I? And he said, no, you're not. Section 5319 of the Planning Act allows you to have an extension based on the argument I just made. We confirmed that with a member of the staff of the Committee of Adjustment. They concurred. Then this spring, I was in the process of filing an application for an easement and working with the planning department of the city on that when I was informed all of a sudden that the actual severance that the easement was required for had lapsed. And I should reapply for that severance. I disagreed, but I thought, well, I'll reapply anyway on the off chance that this is all going to be perfunctory and no big deal. I found out subsequently that there are new conditions that I hadn't been dealing with previously, and they would be costly and time consuming. And I said, nuts. You know, I've got it in writing that I'm compliant, that my understanding is correct, et cetera, et cetera. I made an argument last week about all of that. I'm making, I think, an additional stronger argument today. I do not believe the severance that was granted in May of 2020 has lapsed, and that's why we're here. May 2021, I believe. Yeah, sorry. So that's why we're here. And I put a kind of a 6-pager together on that just to kind of summarize, because the chair and other members of the committee had indicated when I made my presentation last week, they weren't familiar with some of these arguments and some of these issues. So.
All right, thank you, Mr. Cropper. That was an excellent overview. Member Coakley, have you got a question?
No, I would have a comment at the appropriate time, but thank you very much for that summary. I think that gives me a good understanding of what the issue is. When the time comes for comments, I have a comment.
All right, so just your hand is still up. That's why I was coming back to. So so Mr. Cropper, I'm almost convinced that you don't need this. You don't need that consent. That in fact it has not lapsed. From the evidence that I've seen, the fact that I'm going to hope that the original opinion that you were given by city staff was one that was, had been researched, and they talked to who they needed to talk to in order to be able to give you that advice. That said, I'm one person on the panel, so we have to get the advice of everybody else. And the other issue that we may have is even if the panel decides that no, your consent has not lapsed, and that therefore you can continue. I guess at this point, I wouldn't even know what the mechanics would be. I guess you would have to clear the conditions at this point. We would have to turn to our committee staff to see whether or not they're going to, if they agree, because they have to then go through the procedures of ensuring that that lot gets created. So I'm sort of looking to our Secretary Treasurer at this point for some advice.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So first of all, I'd like to highlight that there was an email that was sent to committee staff on March 9th, earlier this year, requesting information about whether or not the consent application had lapsed. And there was a response that was given based on incorrect information that was provided by a lawyer here, indicating that, quote, "We understand that the decisions, plural, so the consent application and the minor variance application were appealed, and that final approval was granted on February 2nd, 2022. And so without any real research and just taking that statement from a lawyer at face value, the response from committee staff was that the application in that case would lapse, or the decision on the consent application would lapse February 2nd, 2024. Now, as we know, the consent application was not appealed, and so it actually lapsed on May 28th, 2023, 2 years after the original decision, which was May 28, 2021. So only the minor variance application was appealed, and the OLT decision on that minor variance application is dated February 2nd, 2022, giving the applicant from February 2nd, 2022 to May 28, 2023 to fulfill all other conditions relating to that consent. And so the final point, Madam Chair, I would make is that the Committee of Adjustment doesn't have any authority whatsoever to extend deadlines. The deadlines are very strict under the Planning Act, and there's no ability to further extend that 2-year lapsing provision under the Planning Act.
So if the OLT decision was given on February 2nd, 2022, why is February 2nd, 2024 not the date then that Mr. Crapper would have until to clear the conditions and create the lot?
Because the consent application was not appealed, only the minor variance application.
No.
All right. So I think the point, so Mr. Crapper, let me have my discussion here with Secretary Treasurer, because what the evidence we're getting from our agent is that in fact, they're inherently tied. So the clock stops on the consent period for clearing the condition. So it stops. It doesn't restart until a decision of the OLT is made. I'm hoping I'm following this. I'm not a lawyer. Oh my goodness, I'm not a lawyer. But if that is the case, then we would expect the 24-month period then to allow that to get to February 2nd, 2024. Just trying to figure out, and if it's not 2024, I mean, so two things is, do we agree that they're tied together and the clock stopped? And if we agree with that, what's the date? Okay, I'm seeing you, so go ahead.
No, they're not tied together and the clock did not stop. The deadline for the fulfilling all conditions on the consent application was indeed May 28, 2023, and 2 years after the original consent decision. And so that was confirmed by the city's legal services.
So if I were to, so just to clarify then, so the committee really is not even, we can't even make that decision then in terms of whether or not we agree with Mr. Crapper about it being lapsed or not. It's not a decision we can even deal with at this particular point. We either deal with the application the way it's in and allow it to go through its due course, or like I don't even see option B on this. I don't see, So am I right on that?
That's correct, Madam Chair.
May I have a word?
Can I just hear from my member first? Because I'd like to have a discussion around, we'll come back to you. No, all right.
So with respect to the Secretary Treasurer, he's wrong.
We'll come back. We'll come back, Mr. Crapper. So Member Coakley, go ahead, please.
So again, not having the benefit of the full package, I'm not going to express an opinion as to whether I prefer the party's argument or our Secretary Treasurer's interpretation. My view would be that regardless, we have no role to play in determining whether or not a decision has lapsed or not. I think, and this is probably not something the applicant would want to hear, I think their only avenue of recourse, if the applicant believes that this, that the consent, the argument that he's making, and I'll grant it's a good argument, but if he believes that that is correct, I believe that probably his only solution would be to seek judicial review of the city's decision to refuse to allow him to proceed under the decision that he claims is still valid. I don't think we, one way or the other, have the authority to determine. I mean, even if we were unanimously of the view that the applicant's argument is correct, I don't think we have the authority to determine that. The committee spoke a number of years ago. The committee has spoken. The city seems to be taking, or at least certain parts of the city anyway, seem to be taking the view that the time limits have expired. I believe that, as I say, the only approach that is now open to the applicant would be either to make a completely new application, accept the committee's position, make a new application, or challenge the city's interpretation, a decision on that. And I believe the only way he could do that is probably by going to possibly the divisional court. But
All right, thank you, Member Coakley. And I think that confirmation from our Secretary Treasurer about what this committee can now do, regardless of what we consider to be accurate or not, is to really deal with the application under the under the understanding that it has in fact lapsed. So let's deal with the application that way. So Mr. Crapper, I'm going to give you just 2 minutes and then we'll go back to the substance of the application. But I know you would like to counter with some of what you've heard. So let's give you a couple of minutes to do that.
Yeah, with respect to the Secretary Treasurer, he's confusing the substance of the appeal with the process of appealing. That's the mistake he's making. The substance of the appeal was a minor variance. The process that the committee put in place with its condition on the consent is de facto, in appealing it, an appeal of a consent decision and condition. Set aside what the substance is. That doesn't matter. We appealed a decision of the committee, the first condition that it put in place. And Section 5319 says we can do that. And Section 5341 says if you do, the clock doesn't start ticking until the lady has done her kicking. And that happened on February the 2nd, 2022. And that means that our appeal, our appeal was successful and the clock doesn't run out until 2024. You may be correct that incorrect information was passed along by my lawyer to your staff and that your staff made a claim in error because they were briefed in error. That may well be the case. That may be what the information that is in that long email thread. So if it is, I apologize for impugning the reputation of a member of your staff for getting it wrong or whatever it is I've done. But I think we're resetting here on an interpretation that this is really not about the substance of the matter. It is about a decision to a requirement to appeal this decision, and to the committee's power and authority, it has the right to clear decisions. Somebody has to clear a decision. Somebody has to clear the fact that I was in compliance with that first condition of the severance, that I filed an appeal, the appeal was approved, and that condition is cleared.
All right, so
Who
Mr.
does
Cropper, Mr. Cropper, I think we're going to have to move on from that. So I
Well,
appreciate your arguments, and I think there's a lot of sympathy for you on the panel with regards to that. And
Well,
to be
I think
honest
there's
with
also
you,
jurisdiction. I think there's also jurisdiction too.
So let me finish. So I do have, as I said, some sympathy for your position, and I too am disappointed with the legal response that we got. I think we would have liked to have had a lot more sort of around that, so that we would be more comfortable with the conclusion that it has lapsed. But in order to help you, the best thing for the committee at this point now is to deal with your application and to give you that approval. So if you want to take up through other avenues, whether or not in the first instance, your first application lapsed or not, that's up to you. But let's at least arm you with another decision so that you've got something to move forward on. Does that make sense?
It depends on what the conditions are. I mean, if it's an approval that says there are no conditions, go ahead. I'm good with that. But that's not what you're suggesting.
So there are conditions,
right,
that staff have outlined. I think the question becomes, and we can have a discussion about those conditions. I don't have a set of what the original conditions are. I suspect a lot of what's here was originally applied in the first place because they're standard. Is there anything in here that you see is new and that for you would be a real problem today?
Yes, the cash in lieu of parkland. That was not a condition last time. We understand that that was an oversight. That oversight is going to cost our little company about $50,000 based on a 5% value of an $800,000 lot, which is what I think I'm creating. And I am in the real estate business. So that's a pretty punitive price to pay for someone else's oversight with respect.
Well,
and I should say also, just while I'm on the subject, I have a copy of another minor variance request and severance request that was approved by a committee of adjustment in Ottawa, in Westboro, where that condition was not a requirement. And that decision was made this year.
All right, that surprises me because it is very standard. It's under the Planning Act. There's full rights to the municipality to request, I believe it's 2% on cash in lieu. And so the fact that it was an oversight, you know, it happens. And I wouldn't want to penalize the city on the basis of an oversight and no, because you didn't do it years ago. Yeah, you can't do it now. So not when it's so standard for every other application. There are exceptions. There are very few, but there are at times exceptions that are made. I wouldn't see, and again, I'm just one voice here and we can have a broader discussion about it, but I would be inclined to keep it in. Any other conditions? Because I'd like to open up all of these proposals for changes onto the conditions with the members so we can have that discussion.
I'll simply say as a final thought on the cash in lieu, decisions and errors of omission and commission have consequences. What are the consequences to the people who left that out? I know what my consequences are. What are the consequences to them?
Thank you. Any other conditions though that we should be?
I note that section or the condition on the retaining wall has been amended so that it reflects the wording in the original consent. I appreciate that. I think that's the right call and the right way to do this if that kind of requirement is necessary for title. I also read that the Bell easement wording has been changed so that the easement granted to Bell might be moved if it's required for development. I don't know where else it could be put that would allow development to happen, but we had this discussion last time. There is no development proposal for this property. I'm creating a lot. I'm not in the business of building. I'm going to let somebody buy it and do that themselves. And I don't know when that's going to happen. So if there is a requirement that is tied to timelines as opposed to outcomes, that may be a problem.
So we're talking about number 6 specifically.
Yeah.
I'll make sure that I'm looking at the right one. Because I think, and I'll look to Ms. Linker for this, but we can make that an additional comment rather than a condition, given that no development is proposed here.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The condition, based on my understanding, is to have the bell pole located within the easement that the applicant is requesting for their access and maintenance and for their lines to run through. And with the pole's current location, the lot will not be able to be developed based on staff's knowledge.
And this wasn't a condition originally attached to the approval?
If you give me 1 minute, I can pull up the decision from the original approval and double check that.
The original condition was to grant Bell an easement and for Bell and us to work it out, and we did. And it's on the R plan. And
did they request that you move the pole at that particular?
Oh, the pole has to be moved. The pole's right in the middle of the lot.
Oh, all right. Okay.
Yeah. So we've shoved it to the north. And we've allowed for, in the easement, we've also allowed for area for an anchor wire to hold the pole, and Bell's satisfied, and I can live with it, and it's the only place it can go.
All right, so we're retaining condition 6 then, is what I'm hearing.
Well, okay. I just if to a location that will not negatively impact future development of land to be severed. We don't know what the future development of land is going to be. Does that mean that we may have to move the pole again? I guess is the question. I think the pole is in the best place it can be, period, full stop. And whatever development happens is going to happen around it.
Yeah, I can't see you having to move it again. As far as I'm concerned, if you fulfill the condition under the previous. And so then what that raises as a question is whether or not this condition is needed at all. If you, in fact, so you haven't moved the pole though? The pole's not actually moved at this point.
No, the pole hasn't moved. No,
all right.
No.
Let's just keep it. But I mean, I think it'll be easy to clear then. So let's just leave it as is. All right. There's a lot of hands up. So we're going to go to our members. And I believe member Lecuyer was first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question to Ms. Linker on, I'm new to the committee, and cash in lieu. Can you tell me about the spirit and intent of why we have such a condition?
Yes, thank you for your question. Cash in lieu parkland is a standard condition where the provincial policy statement says that we're allowed to ask that where there's new development, and severance is an example of new development, and it's the intent through the province and through the city that this is captured at the earliest development application, which is the severance. It could be captured at the building permit stage if there wasn't a severance or if it was after the fact. However, the wording of the direction we've been given is that it should be captured at the earliest stage.
So in this context, the condition would have our agent or our applicant pay for it rather than he sell the lot and the next owner would pay that if they were to do a building permit. If I'm just understanding the process of what would happen. So the city would not be out money if this lot does get developed. They would just collect it from a different person, if I'm understanding this.
Thank you for your question. I think that the reason why we ask for it at the severance stage is that we aren't sure if the lot will develop in the future.
Right.
So to ensure that parkland value is collected, that would be for one dwelling unit increase on the lot, which is what can be developed on this site at this time. And we are not imposing the cash in lieu parkland to be collected for the existing building, which I believe is 6 units, because we're just assuming that either that was collected in the past or it was built prior to the cash or the parkland dedication bylaw existing.
Thank you.
I think it's worth mentioning as well that not only is it very clear in the Planning Act that the municipality can gather that money, there's also cash in lieu bylaw, if I'm not mistaken, that gives even more teeth to the manner in which and the reasons for which the municipality will pick up that cash in lieu money, I guess, so how they're going to use the money, and so some rules of engagement essentially in the bylaw. So that's just added information. So, Member Coakley.
Yeah, I just wanted to come back on the issue of the Bell easement. In the previous consent that the committee provided, there was a requirement to enter into a development agreement that acknowledged the existing Bell utility pole on the property, and if required by Bell or as a result of development of the severed and or retained lands, committing to relocate, modify or remove said pole at his or her own cost, and a requirement that the owners grant to Bell Canada without cost such easements as may be required, the consent to the registration of which is hereby granted. So that was the condition, those were the Bell conditions that were imposed as part of the previous decision of the committee.
So based on your reading then, I think I heard it's essentially substantially the same.
My sense would be it is substantially the same, but I mean, there may be a nuance in there that I'm missing, in which case could be addressed perhaps, but.
All right, thank you for that. Member Keklikan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for planning staff. I'd like to just get a better understanding of number 7. It's like an either or seems to be. If you could just a brief explanation of the background to that and the rationale for that condition, please.
Thank you for your question. I'm just going to pull up that condition now to make sure that I'm looking at the correct one.
It has to do with an agreement on noise attenuation or air conditioning units.
Thank you for your question. The condition regarding a noise study or air conditioning to be installed is to allow for the applicant to either complete a noise study for the subject site and then implement any measures that are recommended through that study. And the other option is for the applicant to install air conditioning units. And my understanding for the purpose of that is that if you are near a noise source, which has triggered this condition, that you would be able to close your windows in the summertime because you have air conditioning and then that would block out some of the noise from that noise source. And if you choose not to go the air conditioning route, then you would complete that noise study to mitigate the noise in other ways.
So just as a clarification, the noise study would be as the noise generated by the property?
Sorry for the confusion. The noise study is required because it's 50 meters from an arterial road, which is Beechwood. And the property fronts a collector road, which is Acacia.
I see. Okay. Thank you.
So still looking for some comments from the members, however, on the condition for cash in lieu. The agent has requested that we delete that for a number of reasons. Looking for opinions on that. Yes, Member Nikki.
The applicant mentioned that there was a case in 2023 where cash in lieu was not included. I trust that you're very detail oriented. Do you have that handy and could name it?
I can't leave it with you without the permission of the person who gave it to me. But
these aren't public record?
Pardon me?
The condition letters aren't public, right? It's just the. Sorry, I just want to understand.
Decisions of the committee are public record.
They are public record. Okay. So it's something we would have, but you just don't want to name the individual.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fair.
But I'm happy to do so at a later date. I got it from them in confidence.
Yep. No, that's fair.
All right, thank you. Member Coakley.
Yeah, so on the issue of payment in lieu, I'm sympathetic to the applicant that, you know, if the original consent did not include that, it is very unfortunate that, given the way the world has unfolded subsequently, that he's now required to come back to us and runs the risk of that being imposed. I'm also somewhat sympathetic to the argument that, well, you didn't do it over here, so why are you doing it to us? But quite frankly, if it is a standard condition that the city does require, I do believe that it's not appropriate for us to, well, okay, we forgot it then, so we won't do it now, because now if we don't do it here, we won't do it in the next one and the next one and the next one. So again, I am sympathetic to the applicant, but I'm afraid at the end of the day, on that particular point, I would be in favor of maintaining the condition.
All right, thank you. Member Kekligan, need your input.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with this comment that was just made by Member Copley. You know, one either oversight or previous decision, you know, should not affect and propagate the same kind of situation. So I would agree with the payment in lieu.
All right, thank you. And Member Lecuyer.
So we don't normally deliberate publicly, but since everyone has stated where they stand, I will stand that I, on this particular matter on cash in lieu, that I am in favor of the applicant as removal of it.
All right, thank you. Do appreciate that. Member Coakley.
No, apologies, I didn't lower my hand. Sorry.
Okay, that's fine. All right, so I think you've heard then, Mr. Crapper, that the condition number 1 will be retained rather than deleted. So with that, we didn't go to any public portion on this, I don't believe. So do we have under our, go back and see if I can find, sorry, I got, there's no speakers for this one. So is there anyone in the audience who'd like to speak either for or against this application for consent? All right, I'm not seeing anybody come forward. So members, would you like to reserve on this one? I think we'll reserve. So let's, if for no other reason than to really talk about some of the issues. So, okay. So are you going to get your decision? Well, actually, I'm going to give you the floor before we close from our side. So any last words, Mr. Crowder?
Yes, thank you for that opportunity. I'm expecting from the committee an answer to the question why the circumstances I have presented and why the legal case I presented is not applicable to my argument that the consent has lapsed. I would be embarrassed if I remember this committee and got the legal advice from the legal department that I've seen. And if that's what you're basing your decision on, there will be an appeal. I can assure you of that. But I expect the same sort of serious consideration of my arguments that I put forward from you that I've given to you. And if you can make the commitment to do that, and in so doing, make the distinction that I have, that there is a difference between the subject matter of the appeal, which was a minor variance, and the legal ability to challenge a consent decision and a condition of consent, which is what that was all about. That's why those provisions of the Planning Act apply in this circumstance. And if you decide they don't, I want in writing why you believe that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you, Mr. Crapper. I think the committee really appreciates the amount of work that you put and the evidence that you provided to us for our consideration. And as I mentioned, I think you know, there has been a lot of sympathy for your perspective. However, we've also had direction from our legal services, and we've retained some advice from our Secretary Treasurer. And based on that, what we chose to do was to act in your best interests, was to then give you, to hear your application. We'll make a decision, it'll be reserved. But essentially, if the committee chooses to approve your application, I think that would in fact best serve you to move forward. If you're looking for a fulsome response to your submission, I don't believe that you're going to get that through the city unless there is some sort of, as you said, appeal, and then there's a sort of a hashing out of the issues in a different forum. And I think that's, and I'm not a lawyer, so I'm assuming that through your appeal, there might be a mechanism to do that, but I don't believe it's fair to say, well, I'd like to have a fulsome response from the legal services on the basis of my arguments. It's not to in any way diminish your arguments. I think they're very strong, but I don't think you can expect that from the city at this point.
Well, that's very disappointing to hear. That's very disappointing to hear. I'm surprised that that would be the way you would look at it. I appreciate the sympathy, but the sympathy isn't going to be banked upon when it comes time to pay fees that were levied, that weren't levied originally. And now, because of what I contend to be an erroneous interpretation of all of this, are now applicable. So thank you for your sympathy, but I'd rather your cash.
All right, thank you for that. You will get the decision within 10 days. And again, thanks for your participation. We have appreciated your submissions to us greatly. Thank you. All right, so with that then, just going back to my agenda. All right, we're going to go to 9 Morris, Mr. Yelkotsi. So, hello again. I think in this case, we are not going to go to a presentation. We're going to open this up to questions. It's been a long afternoon. So, so at this point, just making sure there's nothing I need to do. Yes, we do have some housekeeping here. So we do have your sign posting, but we have some changes to make to the notice. I'm going to read them out and then I need you to confirm them if you could. So to permit a reduced total interior side yard of, we're striking 1.51 and adding in 1.21 meters, with the south side being 0.21 meters and the north side being strike out 1.30 and instead replacing it with 1 meter. And then for B, it's to permit an increased front yard setback of strike out 5.27, and we're replacing that with 4.52. Can you confirm that, please?
Yes, I can, Madam Chair.
Perfect. Okay, no other changes that I can see, so I'm opening it up to questions. Members, over to you. Questions? It's all clear, clear, clear. It was such an excellent submission. I have no questions on this. All right, let me just have a look then at some of my comments on this. So staff has concerns with this. And it goes back to essentially is it the front, all right, so Ms. Lenker, just remind me quickly, which variances are we concerned about?
The concern is with respect to the front-facing attached garage, whereas that's not the dominant character of the streetscape.
All right, thank you. Just found that in the staff report. So I'm going to give you a chance, and Mr. Yelkotsi, if you could speak to that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm thinking the best thing would be to put up my presentation on this because it is the biggest issue.
And I don't want to go through your full presentation. Okay. I would like just the slides that maybe provide your evidence that speak directly to the front facing garages.
Okay, I can do that. There are really 3 points. The first point has to do with the retention of the existing home. Again, when this is one of those circumstances where somebody is choosing to create an addition to a house, keep the existing home, and because of the location of the addition that has to go on to the property, the case would be that they would have a driveway going underneath the master bedroom. This house is in a well-heeled neighborhood, as we all know, and it lacks a master bedroom. It's a small home currently. So it's being added as a master bedroom, and the garage is being added well back of a wonderful closed-in porch. So that porch is being retained but modernized. So the building has a modern flavor, but retains its original massing and character, with the porch being the predominant feature. So there's no doubt that that garage, front-facing garage, is subservient to the overall elevation of the building, and therefore meets with the intent of the zoning bylaw not to have cars dominate the front street.
All right, so which slide should we be looking at in order to see that?
Oh, we've got it up. Just click through quickly. Next. These are just examples around. Next. Oh, I don't even have a slide up for that. I apologize. The elevations on my rationale show that quite well. That would be on page.
I'm looking at page 3, Madam Chair, the application.
Yes. So on page 3, if you're looking at the elevation, you can see that the garage is significantly lower than the porch and entry. And if you're looking at the site plan, you can see that it is about 3.5 meters behind the front face of the porch, and it's well behind the 0.6 meters behind the front face of the building. And so in that manner, it is quite subservient and not dominating the character of the building. The building still retains that similar character. Currently, the driveway runs up that side of the building.
So I've got a question to Ms. Linker then on this. When you do the streetscape analysis, in this case, because there's actually a setback of that garage, when you do the streetscape analysis, do you take into consideration other lots that might have that same setback, or do you look specifically at the ones that are flush with the front of the house?
Thank you for the question, Madam Chair. The zoning bylaw requires that a front-facing attached garage be set back 0.6 meters from the front wall. So all garages are expected to be set back a little bit. When we do review the streetscape for that analysis, we take into account any garage that is attached and front-facing, whether or not that's front-facing at the front of the house or further back a little bit. And I guess it's a little bit of a black and white analysis in that way.
All right, thank you. That sort of confirms what I was thinking. Okay, so questions then. Any questions from the committee? All right, well then, just let me have a look at. All right. We don't have any forestry concerns in this. All right. Okay, I'm going to go to the public portion then of this. And I believe we have, we don't have anybody on my speakers list, but we do have somebody with us today. So I'm going to need your full name and your municipal address to start, and then the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. My name is Lorena Moya, Lorena. Last name is Moya. And I live on 7 Morris Street. So I'm the resident on the, I guess, northwest side to the subject property, and we share the property lines. So I have been in communication with Chris. Sorry, I'm on first name basis now. I've had very little communication with the owner. At the beginning, she shared the ideas, and I'm not familiar with this process. It has, although she has a small size house, she also has a very large backyard. And this addition has negative impacts to my home. I just want to make sure that today I was in communication with Chris, because in the drawings we took twice measurements and they didn't make sense to us. And because it said that the width of the unit was, I think, 12.7. And it just didn't make sense because foundation to foundation was 15.4. And Chris cleared that out, and he confirmed that the building is only to be 8.6. So that's different from the drawings that we got.
All right, so we made some changes at the beginning, and I just want to, so do these changes take into account your discussions with Ms. Moya?
Yes, Madam Chair, they did. What, as you recall, we erroneously made our application with the wrong site plan originally, and we have shared the site plan that meets with the numbers that we adjusted with the neighbors and reviewed that with them. She had a builder that also was on the phone with me, and we discussed the actual numbers to ensure that the setbacks were what are shown on the plan, which is 1 meter from the property line. And then there's about 0.7 meters from the property line to her property. We shared the survey as well between, I sent the survey over to them as well. I should say that there's a number, well, actually, I'll let her comment further on.
All right, so Ms. Moya, can you confirm then that you agree with the statements that we just heard in terms of the—
Yes.
All right, okay. So continue then, please.
So, well, the main concerns is just adverse impact to the views and sunlight. My house, especially the living areas, the windows are already quite small, and this new building will be decreasing the sunlight to both 1 bedroom and the sitting area and living room. Also, there will be some reduction to my rear yard, which I use a lot. There is a garden, visual intrusion and overview of the garden and backyard. We had concerns which already have been discussed with Chris over the excavation and damage to property. And Chris provided with some recommendations and conditions. So I think, I don't know if I'm going to have this in writing at some point. What else? Yeah, just the main concern is decrease of sunlight to my backyard and the two bedrooms.
Thank you. Does that conclude your remarks?
Yes,
for now. Just want to give you some comfort with regards to the impact on your foundation, that kind of thing. It'd be nice to get it in writing from Mr. Yelkatsi, but the reality is you can always, if you see that there are any issues that are going on during construction, then I would suggest that you call the building services at the city. There'll be an inspector that will have been assigned to that construction project, and I'm sure there'd be a way to have a discussion with them. So, okay. That was one of the issues. And then I think I heard the sunlight, the reduction in sunlight from the addition and that kind of thing is the other primary concern.
Yes, I also just asked them now because right now she has her air conditioning machine on the side of the of her unit. And it doesn't say here whether it's going to be on the side of the unit closer to the house where, you know, very close to my east to my backyard or in the back. And I don't see that in the plans.
So that's something that is considered a projection. So we don't typically deal with it. Okay. But do continue discussions with Mr. Yelkatsi about that, where that might be placed, and maybe it's a discussion with the owner, and figure out what might work best for everyone. So, okay. Any questions from the panel members for Ms. Moya? Yes, Member Coakley.
Sorry, not for Ms. Moya. Another one for the applicant, but later.
All right. Okay. So with that, then I'm going to, I think I did, is there anyone else in the audience or online who would like to speak to this application? before we close the public portion? Okay. All right. So with that, then, Member Coakley, it might be the right time for your comment.
Again, forgive me if I'm muddling things up here. It seems to me that in an earlier iteration of this application, concerns had been expressed by the city, I believe, about the width of the garage, notwithstanding that they didn't like the fact that it was there in the first place, that they did not feel it was sufficiently wide enough to actually allow a car to be effectively parked in it. If that's not the case, and if the applicant doesn't remember anything about that, that's absolutely fine. But if that is the case, and maybe maybe Ms. Linker can speak to this. If that was the case, can we now assume that that concern has been addressed, that the width of the garage is sufficient to allow for a car, a North American sized car to be driven in, and the passenger or the driver, the driver at very least to get out and open the doors? Because as I say, as I recall in an earlier iteration, I believe it was this application that had been expressed as a concern.
All right, Ms. Linker, over to you. I'm looking for that in your report and I'm not finding it readily, but can you answer the question, please?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. To answer the question, although I wasn't the original author on the first report that came to the committee, it's my understanding that the site plan looked a little bit different and that the applicant has revised the plans to address those concerns from city staff and leave it at just the attached front facing garage that is compliant with driveway width and parking space width. So those variances are no longer sought and those concerns have been addressed.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Other questions or comments? Not seeing any from anyone. Okay, well, with that, then, Mr. Acacia, over to you for final comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to note in terms of the addition at the rear is storage and is a master bedroom, bathroom, and walk-in closet. So the overlook to the rear of the property on 7 Morris is not any active living space. The living space is focused to the front of the property. And yes, there is a nominal decrease in the side yard. The minimum side yard that would normally be permitted on this site is 0.6 meters and 1.2 meters. Because of the very narrow side yard on the south side of the property, we have a 1 meter side yard and the variance request. So we're going from effectively what could have been 0.6 meters under certain circumstances. We're actually going to 1 meter and in other circumstance would be 1.2 meters. So we're going from 1.2 meters to 1 meter. So there is a slight adverse impact on this, but it's not a significant adverse impact, I would opine. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Acacia. We're going to reserve on this one, so we'll get to that decision within the regulated time frame. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, panel, for today. Long day.
Yeah, it's a long afternoon. Yes, I think this is a record for us so far. So, and with that, last but not least, 577 Melbourne. Oh, would you like 5-minute break? Okay, let's do that. We'll let the applicants set up. Thank you. All right, good afternoon.
Okay.
It is cold in here. It is cold. I was thinking the same thing. All right. So originally, we were going to ask for a full presentation. I think a presentation of some sort is still going to be helpful. So I'm going to ask you to, like we did with the last one, is let's just get to, where are the minor variances? What are we talking about? Give us your evidence, and then we'll move on from there. But before all that, we do have your sign posting. Good. Anything else we need to do no, I don't see any housekeeping. All right. Floor is yours. Is it, who's doing the presentation? Mr. Bolduc?
That'll be me, Madam Chair. Thanks.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Okay. Again, quickly, if I could ask the committee to switch to slide 5, which is our slide titled Proposed Development. I think we'll start there and then walk through the variances. I might make some assumptions about which variances are perhaps a little bit more worthy.
But you've read the report, the planning report, right? So you know which ones are sort of the contentious ones.
Yes, exactly. And so I think I'll focus my time on that. And so if I do say if I think something is a little less contentious and I move past it, please stop me. But again, slide 5, please, titled Proposed Development.
Through you, Madam Chair, I don't think we have that on file. I can put up the site plan if that's helpful.
You do not have, if I understand this, the presentation deck from the agents? Ooh, okay. We can go by the site plan if you'd like. It's just that what we're going to miss is a lot of your evidence if you had.
Okay, I can speak to that. I recall Mr. Saunders and I went through that yesterday and submitted it. I'm not sure what would have happened, but I will speak to the site plan. So this is the revised site plan that was submitted. You'll note that the main change here is the removal of the pathway that would go from the front door to the asphalted area of the right-of-way. Basically, you can see the pathway leads out of the front door and then sort of stops. It does not continue. So previously that continued all the way down to the asphalt part of the right of way, essentially right down to the road. I can confirm, Madam Chair, that the presentation was sent yesterday evening around 5:18. So I'll work with what I have, Madam Chair, and I do have a paper copy, but I do apologize for it not being available. So with respect to the pathway, what we were originally intending.
Sorry, Mr. Bolduc, my apologies, need to interrupt you just for a moment. Mr. Garnett.
Apologies, Madam Chair. Could the applicant just identify who the recipient was, and we'll see if we can pull it up.
I appreciate that, thanks. It was sent to Mr. Lavoie, I believe.
Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Chair, I don't see it in my inbox, unfortunately. If you can resend it to me, I can pull it up right now.
We can do it right now. I am wondering perhaps if it's a file size issue. I'm looking at it now and it's about 30 megs because we're using larger images.
That could be the
We
case.
did not get a bounce back that it would not have been received. So I apologize. We'll try to send you a revised version right now. While we locate it, would you like me to speak?
Yes,
I know it's been a long day.
Go ahead and proceed. Go ahead.
So we have 4 variances now. I'll speak to the reason why the first one is removed is that variance to permit a reduction to 0 meters of a landscape strip between the pathway and the driveway, similar to the discussion you had on a previous file. That variance would only be required if the pathway continued all the way to the right of way. As soon as it doesn't touch the right of way, effectively you don't need that landscape buffer. Therefore, there's no reduction. Therefore, it's not a variance. So we only have 4 remaining variances. Respectfully, again, I would note that the staff report didn't really have any issues with the rear yard setback, so I don't want to spend too much time on that. We're proposing 7.5 meters where 8.6 is required. That says, sorry.
Sorry again to interrupt you. So I just want to make sure then, because it is last minute, it's not in our report. So I guess I need to identify now, which variances are we deleting from this then? Because I still have like.
I
I
have
don't know
12
how
on
many.
file,
All
Madam
right,
Chair.
so can I, Ms. Linker, can you please just confirm with me which variances we're deleting?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll look to the agent to confirm if they agree with my statement, but I believe that it's variance D and variance, or sorry, yes, variance D and variance J.
Confirm that then, Mr. Bullock.
My apologies. I don't have a copy of the notice in front of me. I only printed the staff report, which the variances are not listed the same way. Ms. Linker, I apologize through you, Madam Chair. Could I ask you to repeat yourself? We're still trying to get the presentation going.
So, yes, I can read out the variances if you'd like. So variance D was to permit 0 meters of soft landscaping between a walkway and a driveway, whereas the bylaw states that a walkway must be separated by any driveway by at least 0.6 meters of soft landscaping. So that is variance D on part 1 of the plan. And variance J is the same thing, but for part 2 of the plan.
I can confirm, Madam Chair, it's my understanding that those can be removed.
Excellent. Thank you for that. Okay. Back to you.
Thank you. Just as an update, we're going to send the presentation through WeTransfer, which should accept a larger file size. There are a few graphics that I think are critically important into demonstrating our argument. So I do appreciate your patience. I know we're into the evening. So again, just to reiterate, with respect to the rear yard setback, we're providing 7.5 or 8.6 is required. I would note that 7.5 meters is fairly standard setback, rear yard setback in the bylaw. I would also note that it's equivalent to what we have next door and generally behind us, maintaining a standard pattern of rear yard setbacks. And finally, I would note that with the demolition of the existing home on the property, we're actually increasing the size of that side yard of that rear yard setback. So we're not maintaining the existing, we're pushing it in by a couple extra feet. So it's a larger rear yard setback than the existing condition. To that effect, I don't believe that there was any concerns from planning staff for that variance, so I'll move forward. With respect to the front-facing garage, which impacts the driveway discussion and the interior side yard setback discussion, and I know staff have indicated that there's sort of a concern over the cumulative impacts over these 3 variances. I'd like to start with the garage. We went on a site visit last week. We reviewed the streetscape character analysis. We did a walkthrough of the neighborhood. I would note that a front-facing garage is not an uncommon characteristic in this neighborhood. In fact, it's present quite frequently. And I think even in the SCA, we were off by about 1 property from having an as of right permission to have a front-facing garage. We have a front-facing garage to the 2 properties to the north of us, the property to the south of us, and the property immediately across the street. So it's an immediate context that is present on this site and adjacent properties. And I don't think it's necessarily an issue to introduce a front-facing garage in this neighborhood, given the how close the streetscape character analysis was, our walkthrough of the neighborhood and some of the photos that will be showing on the slideshow when that's ready to go. But also that it's a pretty standard condition in this neighborhood. And again, the SCA was very close. So with that said, why we're requesting a double wide driveway is effectively we have a double wide garage. The reason we technically trigger the variance for a double wide driveway is that, as you can see, the driveway widens as it gets closer to the garage, but for most of the trajectory of the driveway between the right-of-way, between the asphalt portion of the right-of-way and our property line, it's a simple single wide driveway at 3 meters. The intent here is not to provide for a double wide driveway for the full length. We recognize that would be a lot of hardscape. That would be a lot of, it would impact some of the trees, as we discussed previously with Ms. Murray, the infill forester. The intent was simply to provide for a double wide driveway where it would be necessary to service the proposed double wide garage. And so that 2 cars could go in and 2 cars could come out, but you would not have a double wide driveway for the full length of it, because that would be too much hardscape in my opinion. So it was strategically located closer to the garage door so you could maneuver 2 vehicles in and out, but you would not park 2 vehicles in front of that garage door, much like the concerns we heard earlier from the Westboro Community Association. So the design intent from the offset was to make sure that that double wide driveway, which is only about 5 meters, it's not a full 6 meter. The intent there was maneuverability within the garage. And so with respect to the front facing garage, the reason we went with a double wide is that it's a single detached home in a nicer neighborhood, and there's a certain clientele, and the market demands typically 2 spaces for vehicles. And speaking with the project architect, they have advised me that the owner is also intending to establish EV chargers for electric vehicles. That seems to be the future, and it's coming up on more and more of my applications. And typically for electrical vehicles, you would want those to be parked in a garage, especially in the winter months. So that's sort of the design intent behind the driveway and the garage. I would also note that there's a substantial number of properties in the area with a double wide driveway. Again, in our presentation, we have quite a few examples of that. So if we get there, I hope I can show you. With respect to the interior side yard setbacks, just briefly, we are proposing 0.9 on both exterior yards. And what I mean by exterior is the side yards that abut existing properties. And we're proposing 0.68 between the properties so that the smaller setback that we're proposing is located between the 2 new dwellings. It's not imposing the worst or the most deficient setback on the portion of the property adjacent to existing property owners. So we're maintaining 0.9 meters on both the north side and the south side of the total development, which is about equal to what you will find in other properties in the neighborhood. And we did have an analysis in the planning report with respect to reduced interior side yard setbacks in the neighborhood. But again, the slides would indicate that it's fairly common to have 0.6 and 0.9 side yards in the neighborhood. In my opinion, there's sort of 3 main functions of an interior side yard setback. One is provides direct rear yard access. So if you had to get your lawnmower for the rear yard to the front yard, you'd probably take that instead of dragging it through your living room. The second thing is that it establishes a building envelope. So you would have your front yard setback, which we meet, our rear yard setback, which I've discussed, and then your 2 interior side yard setbacks. And in the absence of a floor space index or any other provision in the bylaw that would regulate that, your setbacks kind of determine your floor plate. In this case, if we were to proceed with a semi-detached development, if we just smash the 2 buildings together and remove that side yard between them, we would have 1.5 meters on either side, which would meet the bylaw. So instead of proceeding with the semi-detached, we're proceeding with the 2 singles. So the logic there is that we have effectively the same total amount of side yard space that you would have if this was a semi or a row. It's just 2 singles because the market in this case is asking and the owner is asking for 2 singles. As part of our analysis, we feel that it's not overdevelopment of the lot because we're maintaining the total setbacks that would be required under those alternative development scenarios that would be permitted. And then finally, when it comes to interior side yard setback, you're looking for, and the infill design guidelines actually speak to this, a pattern within the neighborhood. You want to make sure that you're doing what your neighbors are doing, which is kind of the purpose of the SCA, although it doesn't address interior side yard setbacks. But in our case, and through our analysis, we went and walked the neighborhood last week, took a bunch of photos. We did this also early in the project, but we went back last week to take a look, and we ran into the neighbor on the north side, and he asked us sort of, "What are you doing here?" And we said, "Yeah, well, we're taking pictures of your house, to be honest. So it's fair that you come out and ask us." And we said, we did have, the mailers that went out and the discussion and the notice, and basically said, "What are you doing?" I said, "Well, we have a very similar condition to what you and your neighbor, 2 brand new infill houses, are proposing." And he said, "Okay, well, how close are you going to be to my property?" I said, "About as close as you are to ours." "Are you going to have roof overhang?" I said, "No, we have a flat roof, and my understanding is we don't have the same projections, but they would be permitted, subject to the bylaw." Thank you. I really appreciate the committee for helping me out on that. And I do believe it would be my error, and I'll be mindful of file sizes moving forward, but we tried to get the best quality images in there. Skipping forward, so I'm not repeating myself, could I ask you to go to slide 7, please? Yeah, that's a PDF slide 8. Thank you. That's perfect. So that's again discussing the variance that is being removed, is that walkway and that landscape buffer has been eliminated. So I don't know if you have any questions for that one, but we can skip forward to the next slide, please. This is where we're noting that the blue, again with the previous site plan, is noting the portion of the driveway that is effectively a single wide at 3 meters, and then you would have your pointed landscape buffer followed by your walkway. In this case, we've decided to remove the walkway, but the orange portion, as noted on the plan, is still technically a double wide driveway at 5 meters or 16 feet, which is the width of the garage door. And so we are noting that for a good 2/3 of the property, and actually maybe this is I'll ask you to go back. You can go back to slide 3, please, which is slide 2 on the bottom. One more, please. Thank you. You'll note the front of the property is extensively landscaped. And our property line is actually somewhere up those steps. So there is a huge portion of the right of way that is actually green space, about 6 meters from the edge of the asphalt to our property line. And then our building is actually set back a further 6 meters. So you've got about 12 meters between the building and the actual edge of the asphalt. Simply because of the way the road is designed, it's not right down the middle of the right of way. So what we're stating is that effectively a large chunk of this existing green landscape is going to be preserved, not only through the original design that were submitted, where we actually had to shift the driveway to protect tree number 2, which is on the right of the first image here. So that's the tree that we're protecting. We moved the driveway around it and kind of kinks around it, so you can see that we're making a best effort to preserve a city tree, and the forester did note that that was appreciated. The concern was about the walkway. And the reason the walkway was a concern is that it technically requires excavation, and excavation within the critical root zone of the tree could put the tree in danger. So while we maintained that our separation of the walkway and the driveway was sort of a good approach, effectively we decided to remove the walkway to protect the tree. And so that's why the walkway still exists on the property. With respect to the double wide driveway, I also wanted to note that there's sort of 2 different sections of the bylaw that come into play here. One is you're maintaining your front yard setback in order to maintain your total amount of front yard area. And we are doing that. We're proposing a front yard setback of 6 meters. There's another section under, there's another provision under section 139 that regulates the total amount of landscaped area in the front yard. And that is set at 35%. And I would note that even prior to removing the walkway for that small portion, we were at the 35%. So the concerns over a double wide driveway having a significant amount of hardscape, in my mind, we are maintaining a strong landscaped area in the front yard. And by removing the walkway for just a little bit, it goes up about 2-3%. So we're somewhere in the 38% range for total landscape in the front yard, even with the double wide driveway. Not the way I intended to deliver the full presentation, although I know I had 20 slides prepared. Yeah,
just show us some evidence of
okay.
Things that support the surrounding neighborhood.
For that, if I could ask you kindly to go to slide 14 at the bottom. That's perfect. Actually, if you go back one again, apologies. This is what I was sort of discussing. We in the following slides, you'll see a map on the right-hand side of where we did our walkabout of the neighborhood in order to check on common side yard patterns in the neighborhood and to see if there was any issues with respect to driveways and front-facing garages. This slide in particular notes the image on the left is the 2 properties north of us. Again, the recent infill that I've already discussed, where I don't have the exact measurements. I don't have the plans with me, but I would note on our walkabout that they seem to be in the 0.6 to 0.9 area, certainly not the 1.5 that is required by the bylaw. And so I would note that even though that is what the bylaw is pushing for, the context of the area is very different. For example, on Melbourne, you'll also note, I think just north of us, but on the same block, on the same streetscape, and actually properties that would have been part of our streetscape character analysis. So they have sort of an old way of doing it where the building itself is actually located on the 0 lot line, and then their driveway goes on the other side. And then the neighbor does the same thing, and the neighbor does the same thing. And that creates sort of a common pattern where you have 3 meters between buildings, or a side yard of 1.5, technically. But that is very difficult to achieve with infill today because you kind of have to manage multiple properties and get all the way to the end. Otherwise, you're going to have a house that's right up against somebody else's house. So in terms of side yard setbacks, I think we're just indicating that a lot of the new builds, as well as existing builds and as well as existing infill from over the last 15 years, typically they don't maintain a side yard of 1.5. And as evidenced by this slide, I would assess that they're typically in the 2 to 3 feet. Sometimes if we can go to the next slide, please. This is where I'll walk through some more of the context. You'll notice the map on the right-hand side. Our property is noted as the blue rectangle, and the properties we're referencing are in orange. And so I would note that on the number 1 is actually directly across the street, and you'll note that it's a single car garage in terms of the garage door, but it's got another door there, and then it's got a quite large double wide driveway, to put it another way. The other one that I wanted to note too is property 2. That's actually a semi, so it's a little bit different, but similar to the context I was describing before, where you do have these large wide driveways, no landscape buffer in between, 2 garage doors. If that was a single detached building on one property, it's a similar I would say this is even more impactful than what we're proposing, given that we're having the single wide driveway for a good 2/3 of the length from the asphalt up to the actual garage itself. And then the other two are a little further down the street to the north, but you'll note that again, it's not uncommon in this neighborhood to have these wider driveways with minimal landscaping at the front. Not that I would say that's a good thing. I suppose what I'm pointing out is that we are an improvement over this existing condition that you'll find somewhat frequently in the neighborhood. And I do have more examples and more slides from the whole neighborhood, but I can see Madam Chair might have some questions.
All right, so I just want to make sure that you got through, the key points on your evidence. And if you have, then great. If not, then I'm going to invite you to continue, but I just want to make sure you've had a chance.
Yeah, and I'm happy to answer questions. I would also note with respect to the consent that we don't believe a subdivision is appropriate, that, there's no concern over servicing. The lots are regular in shape. They meet all the criteria under 5124, just because I think we're forgetting there is a consent application as part of this. And I would note that both lots would be compliant with the zoning bylaw. There are no variances related to the consent application itself, simply the new proposed dwellings.
All right, thank you very much for that. And also thank you for hanging in there all afternoon, because I think everybody was trying to stretch and do things. So thanks so much. Opening it up, members of the panel, questions. All right, we have quite a bit that we've been presented with. We've got staff report. I typically ask this on the public consultation side of things. Mr. Balduke, what did you undertake?
Yep, I'm happy to speak to that. So we are not listed as the agent on the application. That's Ms. Schneider, who's beside us, the project architect from Course Simmons. But in speaking with Ms. Schneider when we were approached on the project, we discussed the public consultation strategy and how that should go forward. So that was organized by her office, but my understanding is that mailings went out in May with a copy of the plan and an explanation of what was going on to the neighbors. I believe it was the 20 neighbors within the SCA area. But then also, as I mentioned last week, when we were on site taking photos, we did have the immediate neighbor to the north, who was one of the more impacted properties, come out and had 2 chats with us. And I did give him my business card in case he had any questions. I have not heard from that gentleman.
All right, thank you for that. Ms. Linker, back to you. Seeing as we received this, at least the committee received it today, I just want to ensure that you have had a chance to review this and that you've had the time you needed to go through. Just if you can confirm that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. During the discussions with Forestry, I believe it was last week, I was in attendance at that meeting where they discussed the possibility of removing that part of the side or the walkway to ensure that they can preserve the tree, and that went to further discussions with the agents and the owners over the weekend. So I was able to absorb those plans prior to it being submitted to the Committee of Adjustment. However, my report was not updated because I was waiting for them to actually be submitted to the committee.
All right, that's fair. And is there anything more that you'd like to say, though, that we don't have captured in your planning report that, is there anything in here that you would change, you would have said differently based on that revised site plan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that staff are very appreciative of the revisions made that will help retain that tree that Forestry was pushing for. I just will reiterate that I guess the public realm is defined as those private and publicly owned spaces and places which are freely available to the public to see and use. So for this driveway on the subject site, which is a private property, the impact of the driveway with the attached walkway is still, I guess, impacting the public realm that way. However, staff do recognize that it was largely reduced in terms of its impact. So I think that those comments would not have been as severely written as they were originally.
All right, thank you for that. It's appreciated. Any chance we have Ms. Murray around still? Ms. Murray. Okay, just from your perspective, again, there's been some changes specifically to deal with some of your earlier comments. Anything you would change in the report based on that revised site plan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I have no revisions. We addressed all my concerns through consultation earlier last week.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, Member Desculiers.
Can we go to slide 8, numbered 8, I guess? I wrote a note that said slide 8, but I don't remember what my thought was, but my seeing the picture will probably help. Yes, the double wide, the double wide driveway. So I guess my question would be probably to planning. And so in the context, it's that it is a single driveway, but it's double wide. I'm just trying to understand the non-compliance here. And this picture is actually much more helpful than it was reading the application. So thank you for this. No, I think I'm okay. Yeah.
All right, anyone else from the panel? Questions? As I can go to the public portion. All right, I have no speakers. Oh, no, Mr. Gray, come on down, please.
Very long day.
It is. It is. So the floor is yours, Mr. Gray.
Can I, before you start the clock on me, can I talk about the adjournment? Because you didn't ask the public about it. Okay, and so it's okay. I'm not opposed to it, but
so there was no. Just be clear. There was no adjournment request. That was just me calling them down to have a chat to see whether or not we should have been talking about an adjournment. So there's no adjournment request.
Okay. So because my concern was that they've made changes to the application, the site plan, right? So I never, and you said yourself, it was just, an hour or two before. Well, the public doesn't get to see that at all. So I'm here for the Westboro Community Association. That's the public. So I would have wanted an opportunity to see that. Okay. But I'm okay with it. But I want you to understand that it's not just the staff and yourself, it's also the public. And you said it yourself, we're a grassroots thing, right? And I agree with that. And we want to encourage the public to participate and even more understand, what's going on here. So, and then there's this other thing I want to speak to about the application itself and the process. There was no tree information report online. And I know how the thing works. So I was able to just contact the coordinator, and he was really, he's great. He just shoots it over to me. But from the community part, trees are like, we get asked about that all the time. So when I get a question from, somebody in our group about trees, and there were from the very beginning questions from just within our community association about the trees on the front of the property. There's a big massive tree there and they're concerned about it. So it's okay for me because I know the process, but more of an amateur or somebody that's not involved, that should have been there, right?
Just let me ask a question then. Yeah. So my expectation is that information is publicly available. Can somebody explain that to me, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the information is publicly available. I have noticed that it was not posted to the committee's online agenda along with the cover letter and other documents. I can't speak at this time to why that is.
So it's an oversight in this case. So it's a good point. I'm glad you raised it.
But what it does is affects John Q public, who are kind of struggling with this because it's in their neighborhood, And like I say, I had no problem getting it. So it's not an issue for me. It's just an issue. The committee has got to understand that, again, it's not the city staff and it's not you. They've got to really kind of recognize that it's the community associations and the public that,
well, I think,
okay.
so Mr. Gray, I think that's the whole point. It was supposed to be public.
Yeah,
it is supposed to be publicly available.
Yeah.
And in fact, what surprises me is that your request to get that information didn't trigger. You know, why is it that you weren't able to get it from that source? But it's a good point.
Okay.
But it means
That's
that we
okay.
should be double checking some of these things.
And the other thing is that I had to ask for the streetscape analysis directly from the coordinator. And like I say, for me, you know, I know that's, you know, the importance of that, but you try and, if I get a call from, you know, somebody on, you know, Tweedsmuir, and they want to understand why, you know, the front facing garage is a huge issue, you know, with the city and with the community association. So I usually pull that out and say, okay, these are the numbers, but it wasn't there, and it normally always is. So for some reason, this file, you know, we just didn't get the information that we needed from, you know, me going online. And but you know, like if I contact the coordinator, he gives it to me right away. So
yeah, so but the point is making sure that that public information is available for anyone. So duly noted. Thank you very much for that. We really appreciate it. We appreciate that reflection.
So as far as the, you know, the Westboro Community Association is concerned, you know, we've got some real major issues with this, and they are really kind of aligned with what, you know, the city staff is saying. You know, we totally agree with these, you know, issues that they've brought up. And we don't think those interior side yard setbacks are, I mean, we just think that they're major. They're not minor, they're major. So you're talking about the reduction of the side yard from 1.5 to 0.6. Okay, and to 0.9. So the applicant wants to use the two houses next door to them as a kind of a benchmark or a template for how the community, you know, that street should, you know, be constructed, you know, the streetscape, you know, we're looking at that one. Well, I was a land surveyor for 45 years. Okay, so when I see these cover letters and things, I see things in there as a land surveyor that maybe they don't. So I know what the side yard was of the house next door, and it's 1.22. Okay, it's not 0.9. And when I heard them say, "Oh yeah," I had a conversation with the neighbor next door. And our new side yard is going to be about what yours is. Well, that's not true. It's, you know, there's a big difference between 1.22 and 0.9. That's 0.9 is not a, you know, doesn't leave enough room for a decent sized walkway. You know, so and I have, like, I did a site visit. I always do a site visit as well. And I walked that street up and down, and I never saw a single property where you could say that house and that house has a 0.6 side yard, nothing near. What I would say is that the standard for the street is 1.22, 4 feet, and continually you know, applications go to the committee with those kinds of, asking for those kinds of variances from 1.5 to 1.22. The community association, and I hope maybe the city, I don't want to speak for them, that's what they see as minor. That's what they see as acceptable. So the contention that this house, these houses that they want to build are in the pattern of the street, it's just not true. So the other thing I want to speak to is this, again, over and over, front-facing garage. And as I said before, the community association, we've come to the conclusion that a single front-facing garage, unless it's an extraordinary circumstance where there is no front-facing garages on the street or very, very few, it's acceptable to us. But this is not what they're getting. This is not what they're asking for. They're asking for a double garage, right? A double garage. So again, when I talk to my, fellow association members, they say to me, Tim, we're saying that they can have a single garage, but they're asking for a double garage. And when we talk about streetscape analysis, that is part of it. It's not just whether there's a garage there, it's how does that garage fit within the street, okay? And these two buildings they want to build have double garages. So I'll talk to their point of, hey, there's a double garage across the street. Yes, there is, on a 20-meter lot. They want to put a double garage on a 10-meter lot. So that affects the streetscape. And when you drive down the street, you see a narrow lot, relatively narrow, with a huge garage, okay? If they wanted to put a single garage on there, we would be fine with it. But it isn't. And so what you get is you get and it's right there in their cover letter, you get two homes with a dominant feature in the front, and that's the garage. And we're opposed to that. Again, we're trying to, the city wants us to reduce the number of cars we're using. Don't be, a dominant car community, but this is not what we're getting from them.
Mr. Gray, can I give you 2 more minutes? And
oh no, I'll be fine. I'll be fine with that. I don't really think, I have a lot more to say other than, I come here just because we see what the city is saying, and they have the expertise. They know way more than I ever will. That's just a fact, and they have way more time to spend on this than even as a group we do. So, but we think it's important when this, in a situation like this, where we see, a major problem, that we're here to support the city, and some of my other people say, well, the city can speak for themselves, you don't need to go. But what we're trying to do is support the city by saying, yes, these are the things that as a community association, we're looking for from you, from the city to deal with. And I've come to this committee and spoke for developers, so it's not one-sided. If the community association as a group see this project is good, there's benefits here, but hey, they want a single, they want a garage, we say, okay, there's a balance there. We don't see that on this one.
all right, Mr. Gray.
Sorry.
That's okay.
I know it's late.
Well, you've had more than 5 minutes too. So, although because it's late, I understand it. So okay. I'm going to ask any members have questions for Mr. Gray on this. No. All right. Okay, thank you, though. Really do appreciate your comments and your thoroughness. So.
I was glad I was here for the longest meeting and for the first one that you had a fire alarm on.
Yes,
so
exactly.
At least I can tell.
Exactly. It's been a day of firsts.
But
I do also just want to make one point. It is important that you come and support staff. And if you believe that they've made some excellent points in their planning report, then thank you for showing up and
I
providing
mean,
that support.
As a group, you know, I mean, I don't want to really, you know, we don't really talk about it in depth until we see the report from the city. You know, that decision, you know, what is the city thinking? You know, okay, well, are we aligned? And that's sometimes makes it hard for us because, you know, it comes out on Friday. And so you know, we got to talk about it on the weekend.
It's tight.
And it's not, and then usually I won't send my stuff till Monday morning, you know, so, and
that's fine. We get it. So that's good.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much,
okay.
Mr. Gray. Call out to anyone else in the audience who wants to speak either for or against the application. I see somebody called Danny, who did you want to speak? I think you're the owner, Mr. Ibrahim. All right, go ahead, please.
How are you, Honorable and Ms. Trombley? Everything fine? Great. Just wanted to express something that when Mr. Gray was speaking about another property, he addresses concerns on a double wide garage, that it would be acceptable to have a double wide garage and a double wide laneway if a double wide garage was permissible. Given the circumstances of this property, I think is quite contradicting himself in terms of a one-way driveway that opens up to a double garage. That's one point I like to make. Mr. Gray knows me very well, I believe, and his community association knows me very well. And there's the same community association that was complaining about my house on Island Park with the Marilyn Monroe painting with a cigarette in her mouth. But yeah, that was about 6 years ago. That's all I really have to say about that dominant trait that we had, but we addressed it with a single laneway that goes into a double garage. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Questions for Mr. Gray? No, sorry, Mr. Gray.
I mean,
no,
you can't say
Mr.
that.
Gray, Mr. Gray.
I'm sorry.
No, Mr. Gray.
It's okay.
We're going to go to questions so that you had your time, and we'll come back. If there's, let's get through everybody else. You had your chance. There's questions for Mr. Ibrahim, so we'll go from there if you don't mind. Member Acacia, please.
Yeah, just wanted to, on the topic of the double garage, was there a slide that you had evidence of different houses? I can't remember if there was a couple different slides, but if you put that back up on which ones in the community had double garages, was that a slide?
Yes, we do have it's sort of scattered across a couple slides, but there'd be generally, I guess we start with slide 16.
Yeah, that's the one I was thinking of.
Yeah, 16 on the bottom again, not the PDF. Yeah, so okay. I mean, there's a bit of a different context here. Obviously, in the top left, you're looking at semi-detached, but it's still effectively a double wide when you look at it from the streetscape in terms of the impact and the perception from the street. I'd also note that in terms of the width of the driveway and the walkways as well, which harkens back to an earlier discussion about the walkways. But then you'll note obviously on the bottom and on the right, and we didn't include all of the new homes on that portion. You can see highlighted in orange because it would have made the images a little too small. But on our walk, we did try to go around and note as many as possible. Most of those were developed somewhere in the last 15 years. I believe it's an older heritage property that was redeveloped over time based on historical work. And I think a lot of these properties were redeveloped circa the last 15 years. I believe Barry Hoban designed most of them, just for a little bit of context. But I would note that again, in sort of a newer development, just a block away, it's not an uncommon condition. And we do have other slides showing the block behind us, the block just south of us, and then of course, our block and everything right across the street.
Okay, and then just as a follow-up on a different setback, I have a note here that I wrote, I think while you were speaking on that if this was a semi versus two singles, that you wouldn't require the interior setback?
So that's a scenario, right? If I can lay it out, you've got two buildings, and right now we effectively have a 0.9 on one side and a 0.6 on the other. If you were simply to take the two 0.6s out of the middle, right, and just push the two singles together, effectively creating a semi-detached condition, and you were to reallocate that side yard setback to join it with the 0.9, all of a sudden you would have 1.5 on either side. So the purpose of that discussion in that scenario is to indicate that it's not necessarily overdevelopment of the lot. It's a development envelope, it's a box, it's a massing that could be permitted if this was a different dwelling type. It's just that in this case, we've split them up and kind of split the difference. To speak to the side yard setbacks, and I don't know if this is the appropriate time for me to respond to some of Mr. Gray's comments, so I'll let Madam Chair permit me or not.
I just want to get all the issues out first, Mr. Balduke, from all the speakers, and then we'll address them. Okay.
Thank you. So that would conclude my response here.
All right, Member Coakley, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to make sure that I understand, because it is it is late and this is complicated. You are proposing and seeking a variance to allow a double garage when a single garage would be permitted. But if I understand correctly, the driveway, at least at the street, would be a single width driveway, and it would flare out, for want of a better terminology, to a double just as it gets close enough to the double garage to allow two cars to drive in side by side. Is that basically correct?
That's generally accurate. If I can make one small clarification to the purpose of the application, is that we are seeking to permit a front-facing garage where it is not permitted. I don't believe the SCA makes a differentiation. We have a double-wide driveway, which leads to a permitted front-facing garage. That's the variances, the technical variances.
All right, I'm gonna put out another call. So anybody else in the audience, it's got to be online at this point, that would like to comment on this application, for or against, any more? Okay, so Mr. Gray, I'm going to give you 30 seconds.
Thanks. Just to clarify, we don't want to see double garages on little tiny lots. Okay. And I know that the city in the zoning and in the bylaws, they don't make a difference between double and single. They just talk about front facing. So, and again, I want to say that the on the street, I believe that, the people are saying that there are 3 double garages. Yes, 2 of those are on 66-foot or 20-meter lots. Those are huge lots compared to what they are asking for. They are asking for a single family home on a little teeny tiny lot that has a double garage. And like, I just want to be 100% clear. The association doesn't want to see big, huge garages, big, huge driveways unless the lot is wide enough to accommodate that. And I believe it's 17 meters and up.
All right, so Mr. Gray, I did write that down, so I've got that. So thank you so much. All right, so based on that, any other questions from the panel with regards to this application? Because the next step would be on the conditions. Mr. Balduke, how are we doing? We're good?
We're good. As long as condition 2 is removed based on our previous discussion, then no issues with the remaining conditions.
We're removing 2 again, remind me. It's been a long afternoon.
That was left in there until we were able to resolve the retention of tree number 2 with the removal of the pathway, thus triggering the revised site plan. But now there is no excavation within the critical root zone. And I don't want to speak again on behalf of Ms. Murray or staff, but my understanding is that issue was resolved and there are no threats to tree number 2 as a result of our development.
Right, Ms. Murray, can you just confirm that quickly for us?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, condition 2A, I'll specify it's 2A that needs to be removed. B and C are still relevant.
Oh, thank you, because I was about to strike it all out.
Thank you
I'm
very
glad
much.
you asked the question. Thanks so much for that. Okay. So that's been noted. Nothing else, then I'm going to give you the last couple of minutes, and Mr. Boulder.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'll be brief, but I do want to go back to a couple of my slides in order to respond to some of the questions from Mr. Gray or the comments. I also wanted to apologize to Mr. Gray. So sorry, he's behind me, but I'll through you, Madam Chair. Sometimes when we're submitting plans to the committee, it's a good reminder for myself to remember that just providing it to the planner is not necessarily providing it to committee staff, right? The city is not a monolith, it's not an entity, and I should be more mindful of this in providing that so that the public does have an ability to review the plans and provide comments. So that's first off, just an apologies for a little slip on my part. With respect to the comments that were made and the inaccuracies of our analysis with respect to side yard setbacks, I do take some issue with that. I recognize that I am not a land surveyor, but I am a planner, and you know, we all work in generally the same field. So if we could go to slide 12, please. So for some reason, it shows up much better on my plans, but you'll note that in the bottom left corner, there's sort of a little bump out in the building design, and that's to accommodate the portion of the front wall and the porch. But effectively, that's the smallest measurement, so it's only for a certain number of meters on that western side yard, and then it reverts to a much larger side yard. I would also note that the adjacent building is on that plan and would be on our site plan as submitted. And I would note that we do have a very similar condition. I'm not going to note it down to the centimeter, but I will say that it is generally the exact same condition that we have on the north side for that recent development. So I would contest the assertion that it's 1.22 on that side. I will note that I have not reviewed the site plan as approved for that, and Mr. Gray might have a better history. But just to note that our 0.9 on that side is for, as you can see, perhaps a fifth, maybe a quarter of the building, and then it widens to a condition that is, again, very similar to what is adjacent to the north. So I maintain my position that adjacent to the north, we have a very similar condition of about 0.9. Let's call it a meter after the bump out. And then on the south side, again, I reiterate that we have a 0 lot line condition. The neighbor's garage is immediately on our property, or sorry, on the property line, I should specify. And so I can respect that the community wants to preserve a certain pattern of setbacks, but if those setbacks aren't present, if we don't have 1.5 meters in the community, then what are we protecting? What are we preserving? It's not a present condition for the majority of the lots that we surveyed in this neighborhood. I would go now to slide 2, please. And that will speak to the garage that I just mentioned. So you can see on the image on the right that that garage is sort of set into the landscape, a similar design that we're doing, and having the garage kind of under the house, not at the front of the house. So I would also disagree with Mr. Gray's assessment that this is a dominant characteristic of the building, and I'll speak to that in a moment. But it was just to note that the neighbor's garage to the south, once again, is immediately adjacent to our property, and therefore effectively a 0 meter setback. Finally, if we could jump to slide 10, I just want to address the garage and the double wide garage in particular. And again, thanks for navigating the slides. I appreciate it. So yes, it is a double wide garage. Again, I've addressed the driveway condition and that it only widens closer to the garage to provide access for 2 vehicles to enter the garage while restricting effectively. And I would note this is actually an older rendering because there wasn't much time after last week we changed the site plan. But you can note here that the pathway is adjacent to the driveway. That would be removed. And so as it gets closer to the building is where the driveway actually gets wider. And I would ask the committee to consider, what is the purpose of not wanting front-facing garages? It's to preserve living space adjacent to the street and to protect for eyes on the street and to have living space adjacent to the street. You want lights, you want activity, you want community. That's living area right on top of our garage, similar to the context of all the other buildings that I showed you, where you are putting a living area up top facing the street and meeting that condition, and the garage is set back a little bit and subsidiary to the house. We're working with the existing topography, as you can see on this slide, similar to the garage condition of the neighbor, which is an existing condition. So that gray box just to the right is the existing garage. And you can see that we're not doing anything different to them. It's just a double wide. I guess I would ask the committee finally to consider the difference between a single wide garage and a double wide garage. In my opinion, it's a reallocation of space within the permitted building envelope. If you had a single garage door, and then beyond that, the garage was still wider, it would be the same size garage within the building. In this case, the door just opens up a little wider, a little bigger to allow for 2 vehicles to park there. But again, is the difference between no garage and one garage, I could understand that in terms of streetscape impacts, but the difference between a single wide garage door at, 3.2, or a double wide garage door at 5 meters, as long as you're maintaining that living space and you're maintaining that character on the street, then the difference between a single wide and a double wide garage is, in my opinion, minor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bolduc. Okay, I'm going to make a real wild guess. Again, I think we're reserving. So, so thank you again for your time, and apologies for the length of time it took to get to your application. And thank you, Mr. Gray, once again for hanging in there. So, okay, so thanks. You'll get the decision like within the 10 days from the hearing date, I think it is, if I remember.
Thanks. Have a great
Okay,
evening.
sounds good. Thank you. Okay, so I do need to confirm that we've completed our business and that we're ready to adjourn. We're good? Thank you, everyone.